just express some reservation. That's the reason why I'm not voting this year.
Yes, it's open.
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chief Blakey, Okwudili, Ijezie, FCA, Itozo Bonine. Today is the D-Day. And coincidentally, today is the day that Arsenal FC will trash Real Madrid in Madrid, United Capital PLC, formerly United, a division of United, but now it's a Director of Investments and Finance, Nigerian Institute of Management. It's anything you need to know about AI, machine learning, etc., etc. He's into it. He's the one who advised me not to enter into this Ponzi in Ibadan that mess people up, 1.3 trillion. So for you people who are not usually physically present here, you will find it difficult to relate one-on-one with him. It's somebody who you have to know, so that he will tell you what's going on in this AI, machine learning, and similar things. Unrelated field. I don't know how he did it. In structural engineering, in economics, in public admin, in business admin. I'm a chartered accountant. He took the low-hanging fruit. Abi? He will be here soon. Our chairman has been incommunicado for a while, so I won't be surprised if he doesn't show up. But even at that, the other three guest speakers and my keynote address will cover the day. If he shows up, fine. If he doesn't, one of those things. So, by 10 o'clock, we start with the first paper after my keynote address. See you people. All the best.
Then he was pursuing to make operational risk. Bros, who will help us with not you, with extension? Can they give us so that we can charge? Especially for the night.
Chief, can I say something so that all of you will see?
Yes. The MC. Permanent MC.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so. Yes. Good morning, everybody. Our colleagues who are, our participants who are joining us virtually. You are just on time. As usual, my name is Charles Fakrogha, your stockbroker, your broadcaster, at the same time, your trainer. So we'll be starting the event at exactly 10 a.m. And of course, I promise you, I'm going to be coordinating, I'm going to be moderating as the MC of the show. But I also have another role I'm going to play here. Yes, I'm going to take the first paper to prepare the ground so that when the more knowledgeable speakers will come, then, you know, they will be able to, you know, set you on the path of corporate governance in the Nigerian capital government, the Securities and Exchange Commission. So just relax. At exactly 10, we'll commence the program. Maybe I want to leave you with something. What I read, I forget. What I see, I remember. But what I do, I understand. Thank you.
So, Charles, at 10 o'clock, you come and start. I think I need my first. You. Those two papers, have you plugged them in? Yes. Huh? Yes. So mine, I can. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. My So we start at 10. Just introduce me and let me give the.
Okay, yeah, so we're going to take the keynote address.
Yeah.
I mean, is it all opening? Is it opening address or keynote address? Yeah, it's
Shame on me.
So,
Since a lot of people will be online.
so I'll just introduce them. You come and give the keynote address. Welcome address, everything.
No, you do, okay, you do welcome address first.
Welcome address
Yeah,
first.
then now the keynote.
Okay, and all the same chief that will present the two of them. No wahala. I won't try this thing. You want to
Okay. See you, right?
Anyway, what did you try?
Well, let's want to close it. No, 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 no.
And that is there. The one here.
Let's upload
Yeah,
it.
you can mute it first. Mute it before.
Okay, that's true.
I'm not sure if I click end broadcast it might cut off. So I'll cut out this.
Okay. Okay. So that means I will not need this one if you want to do it here.
No, I'll just use this.
You are removing. Okay. You know, Type C, they say. It's charging. Oh, very good. I'll just leave it here.
The flyer is the online test.
No, but I let her forward that. Because they're not in trouble. That's for our YouTube stuff.
No.
No, but I let her forward it. The flyer comes.
Okay, this is second edition for this year.
Yeah.
Okay. Akwa Ibom. No, but he's speaking as a Southerner now. I'm looking at. Where is the second edition? Leo, I can comment, Abi?
Yes. Okay. You, come closer here so that after you put my stuff.
Good morning. Those of you who are present here, you are welcome. And of course, our participants who are joining us virtually, you can see that is the essence of technology. I welcome you all to the second edition of the serial bi-monthly pro bono Blankets National Economic Conference. I'm sure by now you are aware of the topic that we'll be looking at today. That is it's just basically on corporate governance. Yes, so on this note, I want to pardon my bad behavior. My name is Charles Fakrogha, your stockbroker, broadcaster, and at the same time, your trainer. I'll be your host for this event. So that privilege that I have, I want to call on the chief himself, the oracle of tax. That is, in fact, I'm not even worthy to introduce him. But chief, I'm going to call on chief to give his welcome address, and of course, at the same time, the keynote speech. You're welcome, chief.
Thank you.
Let's clap for him. Let's clap for him. Let's clap for him. You're welcome, chief.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So that's the keynote address, and or the welcome address, then the keynote speech.
Which one was
The keynote?
unlocking ideas potential?
Yeah.
I'll go for
Huh?
yeah.
Okay. I hope this is not the full paper.
Hmm?
Okay. So, welcome address. You have the floor, chief.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, both the ones here in Banex and the majority online via YouTube. My name remains Chief Blakey, Okwudili, Ijezie, FCA, Ite Ozo Bolonine. I'm happy that we are continuing with what we started October 10, 2023, when we started the Blakey's National Task Conference. But since February 13, 2025, we pivoted to Blakey's National Economic Conference, as we've thought we have rested the task conference with the imminent passage of the 4 tax reform bills at the National Assembly. Today is the second edition of the Economic Conference, and I'm glad that we are striving on. The third edition we hold on June 13, 2025. We keep going because we have this team. So once more, for all the followers who have been attending virtually and in-house, I thank you for assisting us to keep the flame burning. Be that as it may, the keynote address, since we started the conference, this is the second edition of the National Economic Conference, and we rested the the National Tax Conference on December 12, 2014, 8 editions. So this is the 10th edition of the conference, both of them. I've been the permanent keynote address speaker for a purpose. So today, my keynote address is titled Unlocking Nigeria's Potential, the Good Governance Advantage. So I say, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, elders and patrons, colleagues and friends, I thank you for honoring this gathering, not merely as guests, but as stakeholders in the destiny of our country. This is not just another conference. It is a convocation of conscience, a critical interrogation of the soul of Nigeria, a declaration that enough is enough, that we, the people, will no longer spectate the slow motion erosion of our national promise. Nigeria's potential and challenges. Nigeria is blessed with abundant national resources, such as oil, minerals, and fertile land, which can drive economic growth. So if anybody tells you Nigeria is poor, tell the person it's a big lie. It's a white lie. Nigeria is not poor. We are so much blessed. The country has a youthful population, a youthful population rich in talent and innovation, providing a strong foundation for future development. We have one of them here, my tech assistant, as I would call him. He graduated 2015 from FUTO, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, with a first-class honors in electrical and electronics engineering. He has crisscrossed many sectors. Banking, he was at Access Bank at a period, blocking what this CMS, is this CBMS, or these people that Ponzi the Nigerians 1.3 trillion. He was asked, CBES. He was at Access Bank, ensuring those people cannot get into the superstructure of Access Bank. From there, he went to PricewaterhouseCoopers. But today, he's on his own. So when we say that Nigeria has a youthful population, he's still a bachelor in case for interested single ladies. When we say that Nigeria has a youthful population, we can relate with it. We know very many youths in Nigeria who can stand on their own. So when some of the youths migrate to Germany, to UK, to London, to America, to Canada, saying Nigeria is rotten, I have a different opinion. Nigeria is blessed. That's why I've been living in Nigeria for the past 64 plus years. The country has a youthful population, rich in talent and innovation, providing a strong foundation for future development. Despite its potential, we have the potential. Nigeria grapples with high intensity levels of poverty, insecurity, and unemployment that undermine progress. Insecurity. I've been threatening to leave WhatsApp forum and social media platforms Because anytime you open it, even in the morning, as I usually wake up in the early morning to see what's going on, you will hear that tens of people have been killed in a plateau. Tens of people have been killed, at times hundreds, in Benue. I keep wondering, are these not human beings? Why is our government not interested in tackling this thing head on? We have the potential in Nigeria, but our governments, we get to that assessment of the governments from local government to Aso Rock. They are just doing as if they are spectators. Meanwhile, when the time comes, all of them have been juggling again now, campaigning before even INEC flags off a 2027 campaign. The ones you have already, what are you doing with it? Anyway, let me not preempt what I will say later. So despite Nigeria's potential, Nigeria grapples with high levels of poverty, insecurity, and unemployment that undermine progress. Structural issues and governance challenges have resulted in a lack of effective utilization of available resources. The resilience and the spirit of the Nigerian people, remain strong, showcasing their determination to overcome obstacles and build a better future. And I'm one of those people who are resilient, and my spirit is top range. The governance gap, promise betrayed. Nigeria is not lacking in potential. It is rich in resources and talent. However, the country suffers from institutional decay and a pervasive lack of integrity. The country suffers from institutional decay and a pervasive lack of integrity, leading to a betrayal of his promise. Public offices often serve private interests, undermining the principles of good governance and accountability. This erosion of values has resulted in widespread poverty and insecurity, stifling the nation's progress and leaving its vast potential untapped. We have a lot of untapped potentials. That's why when Americans and the Igbo people, China, come in here, before you know it, they tap our potential and move on. But our governments are not helping us at all. The promise betrayed, erosion of values. The integrity of public office has been compromised, where self-interest often supersedes national interest, leading to a lack of trust among citizens. That's the first one, erosion of values. Lack of integrity. Corruption and nepotism have infiltrated the governance structures, making it difficult to achieve meaningful reforms and progress. Corruption and nepotism. On nepotism, we all know what is going on. One chap 2 days ago, Dr. Ebujo or so, wrote a very nice article on nepotism and was wondering what is going on. A champion of Nadeko and the champion of opposition is now occupying Aso Rock, and it's like some people say that when he got there, he lost everything he has said in the last 30 years. And some people are now saying that the Federal Republic of Nigeria is now the Federal Republic of Yoruba or Duduwa. It's terrible. Corruption. The white lion in immediate past governor of Kogi State was accused of filtering about between 80-something billion to 100-something billion. And the EFCC, we are doing with him the game we used to do during the Biafran War. I hide, you start looking for me. Meanwhile, you saw where I hid myself, and you'll be moving around the bush looking for me. Or what some ladies do these days during traditional wine carrying in Igbo land. The father will give them a glass of wine to go and look for the husband. The lady knows where the husband is seated, though, and the dress the husband is wearing. He will now be perambulating everywhere to be looking for husband. That's what EFCC and White Lion was doing to us. Eventually, when he was caught, or when he decided to surrender, he went to court and was released. And the Senator Natasha Uduaghan, that is having a running battle with Senate President Godswill Akpabio, did tell us that the person engineering from the back office, her removal, is White Lion, Yahaya Bello, so that once she's removed as a senator, Yahaya Bello will go to the Senate chambers as the replacement. Meanwhile, this is somebody we are told is corrupt, and the government is looking the other way around because probably they are already thinking of what Yahaya Bello will do with all that money for 2027. We are in trouble in Nigeria. Performative governance. Many political actions are mere rituals. They are just rituals. Rather than genuine efforts to address the country's challenges, resulting in disillusionment among the populace. Impact on society, the governance gap contributes to widespread poverty and insecurity as the focus shifts from public service to personal gain. A lot of people who are aspiring to get to whatever public office now are getting there so that they can corner the resources of Nigeria into personal pockets. Hidden in plain sight, distractions, a lot of distractions. Social media theatrics. I told you a couple of minutes ago that I've been thinking of joining the likes of President Bola Tinubu, who told us during the campaign that he's not into any social media platform. That they insult me, but at times my grandchildren will come and tell me what they are saying about me. Before the end of this year, probably, I'll be out of the social media platforms because there are a lot of distractions. The rise in social media theatrics diverts attention from pressing national issues, replacing serious discourse with superficial entertainment. Wastes a lot of time. Sometimes if you open your WhatsApp forum and you see certain things, 20 minutes, after going halfway, you know that it's waste of your valuable time. Rather than us to be tackling governance issues, we have a lot of entertainment in the social media circles. Invisible government allocations. Government funds are allocated silently, often without transparency, leading to a lack of visible impact on the populace and public services. Last year, the Supreme Court came out with a judgment that all the local governments, 774 local government areas should have a direct access to the national treasury as it were, not any longer through the state governments. And this is April 16. No such thing has happened. The governors have decided to block them, and the Supreme Court is not saying anything. The president that led that action through the Attorney General and the Minister of Justice, they are all mute because the governors want to still be in control of the local government funds. We are running a three-tier system of government: federal, state, and local government. My local government, Ekwusigo local government in Anambra State, with the headquarters in Ozobo, my town. If you go there, you can hardly know that there is a local government presence. Meanwhile, these people are supposed to be getting about 100 to 150 or 200 million every month from Abuja. But all the money, probably apart from about 5–10 million, that is dished out for them to pay salaries, all the money is routed to Oka. This is just an example. And I can bet that it happens in all the 36 states of the Federation. So we're talking about invisible government allocations. Government will allocate money to local government, but it's not visible. You won't see what is used for. Let's move on. Digital pipeline governance. Policy decisions are increasingly executed through digital channels, minimizing accountability and obscuring the governance process from public scrutiny. Emeka Atuma, the one I introduced earlier as a digital team player, or digital head, similar to Messi or Ronaldo, will be giving us a talk on this digital pipeline governance later today. So let me not preempt what he is going to say. Okay? National distraction. The nation is distracted, and there are a lot of hidden challenges. Lack of transparency. Decision-making process in governance have shifted to digital platforms, lacking transparency, leading to reduced public trust and engagement. Reduced public trust. In Nigeria today, if we are honest enough to take statistics, over 90% of Nigerians don't trust our government at all levels. Over 90% don't trust our government at all levels. Let me stop at that. Social media theatrics. The rise of social media in Nigeria has led to an overload of superficial content. Some of them, when you hold them, they will tell you they are content creators. I know that I started hearing about content creators when our president, Biafran president in exile, who said that in December he will lock down the entire Southeast, blah, blah, was doing show of force like the military does, calling himself a Biafran prime minister or so in exile, or president in exile. Living in Finland, when he was caught by Finland people, I think in November or December, he just said, I'm a content creator now. Do you mean people believe what I just say? So the social media is awash with the content creators at all levels. Instead of Nigerians discussing issues of importance, you go to social media and just be talking as if we've arrived there. We haven't. The rise of social media in Nigeria has led to an overload of superficial content, diverting attention from critical political issues and governance discussion. I've already said something about invisible government allocations. Significant government funds are allocated without visible impact, raising concerns about accountability and effective use of resources. Political distraction, political conflicts, and drama often overshadow substantive policy debates, creating a spectacle that distracts the population from real governance issues. Today, tomorrow, today is terrible. PDP is the major culprit here. You have a Wike who, to all intents and purposes, since he lost becoming presidential candidate of PDP in mid-2022, and equally lost becoming the vice presidential candidate under Atiku, has refused to go where his heart is, APC, and stays in PDP and has been muddling waters. I'm not a politician and I will not become one, but I wonder why PDP has not sanctioned him. When I was young, when Nigeria was running party politics as is done in foreign lands, during the MPN era, Akinloye, you dare not, no matter who you are, even if you were the president then, or vice president, you dare not challenge party structure or party line of action. Akinloye would deal with you as a twin. But these days, it's terrible. Labour Party is divided into three now. How are they going to face them? Labour Party is divided into three now. How are they going to be opposition? The one that they call, is it our Papa or so, has suddenly surfaced. Then Abure, that the Supreme Court has said he is no longer the chairman, is there. Then Oti and another Usman and Peter Obi are in another wing. Then the NLC chairman, that I think they were the founders of Labour Party, is in another wing. So we have about 4 wings of Labour Party now, distracting themselves rather than focusing on keeping the APC government on their toes. They are just, it's terrible. Or is it the NMPP? You have Dr. Boniface and Yebonam, who registered NMPP, the party that Kwakwanso and co used to grab Kanu, whatever. And Yebonam has expelled even the governor, if I'm not mistaken, of Kanu State and Kwakwanso. So we have a situation where all the parties, even in APC, I'm the oracle. With time, distinguished Senator Aline Dume, we start playing Wike's wing, staying in APC and robbing APC. That is not how to run party politics. So there's a lot of political distraction. Political conflicts and drama often overshadow substantive policy debates. We are not debating policies now. We are debating party. And over 2 years to 2027, we are already saying that the Aso Rock, there's no vacancy. I was surprised yesterday when I heard on social media or so, when I saw it, that the governor of Akwa Ibom State, who is a PDP governor, is saying that Tinubu has to be left to do 8 years. a PDP opposition party governor already saying that he will be in the forefront to ensure that Tinubu completes 8 years. Tinubu hasn't completed 2 years yet, and Nigeria is going down. Why don't you encourage him to raise the bar like Rice did when Arsenal, my club, played Real Madrid last week or so, last Tuesday? Free kick, and from there the goalkeeper, all the defenders, just fling the ball and it landed in the net. They thought it was a one-off. Another free kick and they landed. Why doesn't this Akwa governor tell Tinubu what to do so that Nigeria will not be in the pains we are today? One Idris, the one that played Jaga Jaga, told the son of Tinubu Sheyi to tell his papa the truth. And before you know it, they are already looking for Idris to capture, because he said the truth. Fela used to say it. People need to rise and talk truth to the president. He's on working visit in France today, but he has aides who should be telling him the truth. Nigeria needs to move up. We have a lot of potential. We should use the good governance advantage to tap into the potential and elevate it like Arsenal did. Abi? And they will repeat it again today in Real Madrid home base. So let's stop all this, if you talk, then go kill you. How many people will soldier kill? Huh? Already people in Benue State, like I said, and then in Plateau, are being slaughtered every day. And the only thing we keep hearing from government, both at the local government, state, and the federal government, is that we will get to the people who are doing all this massacre. The people will just laugh. The next day, or even that same day, there will come many more. We are in big trouble. Manipulation of public perception. A shadow elite manipulates narratives, consolidating power and wealth, while the general public remains unaware of underlying issues affecting their lives. Power dynamics. We have pros and cons of power dynamics. A concentrated power dynamic power structure can lead to swift decision-making and the implementation of policies that benefit the elite. Wealth concentration amongst a few can create opportunity for investment and economic growth within those circles. Powerful elites can drive initiatives that promote development in specific sectors, potentially leading to advancements in technology and the infrastructure. Those are the pros. And the cons are as follows. The majority of the population remains marginalized with limited access to resources and opportunities. Concentration of wealth fosters inequality, leading to social unrest and dissatisfaction among the populace. Democratic institutions are weakened as policies favor the elite, eroding public trust in governance and accountability. I move. Those who control the narrative control the future. That's Napoleon Bonaparte. Those who control the narratives control the future. When I was growing up in the 80s, then we used to, 70s, 80s, we used to hear Lagos Ibadan. Not Express, Lagos Ibadan. Huh? Press, the newspapers. Okay. Most of the newspapers, apart from New Nigeria, located in Kaduna then, most of them were located in Lagos and Ibadan. So they were controlling the narratives then. But today, the narratives have moved from the mainstream media to the social media. where you have a lot of content creators. So those who control the narrative control the future. Another one from George Orwell. In a time of deceit, telling the truth becomes a revolutionary act. George Orwell. In a time of deceit, telling the truth becomes a revolutionary act. I'm not a fan of Showore, but I think this quote, he has domesticated it. He keeps telling the truth. The other day he was, during the week, or late last week, he was in IGP, Inspector General of Police Office in Abuja, to tell him the truth. That's a revolutionary act. The role of media and narrative. Governance advantage. Importance of governance. Strong governance ensures that resources are allocated efficiently, policies are implemented effectively, and the rule of law is upheld, fostering an environment for growth. Comparison with Rwanda. Rwanda has transformed its economy through effective governance. All of us know the story of Rwanda. Focusing on anti-corruption and accountability, which has led to rapid development and social cohesion. Lessons from Singapore and Botswana. Singapore emphasizes on meritocracy, and Botswana's stable governance model demonstrates the integrity and the strategic leadership. Demonstrate that integrity and strategic leadership can drive national success. Singapore's emphasis on meritocracy. Meritocracy. Are we having meritocracy in our Federal Executive Council today? The answer is no. And if statistics of this is taken, 97% will agree with me that there is no meritocracy in the Federal Executive Council. Where you have a journalist as the Minister of Solid Minerals. A journalist, when the name was put forward to the Senate, I could bet my last card that he was going to be Minister of Information. He was put in solid minerals. Tell me what a journalist is doing in solid minerals. Meritocracy. Tell me what a chartered accountant and the former deputy governor of the central bank is doing in Ministry of Power. Does he know what Ministry of Power means? It's just like me, a chartered accountant of 40 years. This year, you put me in Ministry of Health. What am I going to do there? My mentor, Warren Buffett, says that people should learn more how to say no than yes. I expected the Minister of Power, who has contested for 2 times to become governor of Oyo State. He contested in 2019 and contested in 2023. They expected him to have resigned honorably. Unfortunately, he was the staff of PricewaterhouseCoopers, where integrity and values were upscale. I don't know what he's doing there. I'm just giving this example because of Singapore's emphasis on meritocracy. When Buhari was in charge for 8 years, we thought he lacked what it takes to govern Nigeria. And when the major opposition leader who told us that he was the one who went to Buhari's bedroom in Daura to urge him to come and contest that he will win. When he was contesting, we were like, since he built Lagos, he will build Nigeria. But we all know, apart from the narratives from social media content creators, we all know that Nigeria is slipping below May 29, 2023. Pillars of good governance. Transparency. Transparency involves open governance, allowing citizens to scrutinize government actions. This builds trust and encourages investment by ensuring accountability. Meritocracy ensures that leadership and appointments are based on ability and talent, not favoritism. Favoritism, mark that word. This attracts skilled professionals and enhances institutional efficiency. Rule of law, that's another area. The rule of law guarantees that laws are applied equally to all citizens, fostering a sense of justice. A stable legal environment is appealing to both local and foreign investors. Rule of law. Removing the governor, deputy governor, all the members of the House of Assembly in Rivers State. Is it constitutional? Is it in accordance with the rule of law we are saying that will improve good governance? I'm still wondering why our judiciary is keeping quiet to what is happening in Port Harcourt, in Rivers State. During the week, or yesterday, I read that the sole administrator has summoned the governor and the deputy governor to come and account for either appointments or for whatever. Because the governor and deputy governor, we are suspended for 6 months. Have they lost their immunity? This morning or yesterday night, the House of Representatives has replied the sole administrator that is a sole administrator doesn't mean nobody, he reports to nobody, that he's responsible to the House. So I would expect the House of Representatives, if they are serious, to quash that summon of a sitting governor, because Fubara is still a sitting governor. You don't do that. And the governments and the judiciary, including the Supreme Court, they are all mute. Why would we allow this in a civilized country? Rule of law. Rule of law. I stop at that. Participation. Encouraging citizen participation in governance empowers communities and leads to innovative solutions. When people feel involved, they are more likely to contribute to economic growth. When people feel involved, I go back to the Federal Executive Council, where 4 ministers come from Ogun State, and 3 come from Lagos State, making 7 from 2 states. But the entire 5 East states, Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and the Imo states, they have only 5 ministers. How do you think that these people from the Southeast will feel involved and would like to contribute their maximum for economic growth of this nation if they are already sidetracked? And most of the appointments to those 5 Southeastern states are junior ministers. I move on. Leadership is not about holding power. It's about unleashing potential. This quote emphasizes transformative leadership. Nigeria must shift from personality-driven politics to institutional reform, fostering accountability and transparency. This change prioritizes a collective progress over individual ambition. I soon get there. Strategic levers for growth, the tactical roadmap. Let's draw a roadmap for those people who are politicians. Strategic roadmap. invest in human capital. What are we saying? Invest in human capital. I'm saying that we should prioritize education and skill development to cultivate critical thinkers and innovators who can drive economic growth. Invest in human capital. I was discussing with my doctor in Anthony Village a week or two ago, where our youth these days fly abroad to get education. That during the time of Nnamdi Azikiwe, Akane Biam, and Obafemi Awolowo, that as soon as they finish getting that university education, they all rush back with the next available flight to Nigeria. My doctor told me that he studied in Germany. 3 days after his graduation, he came down to Lagos. I've been using him since 1999 when I moved into Anthony Village. But these days, you will see a youth who will go to UK, Canada, America, wherever, to study. He's not going there to study. It's an avenue for him to leave this Nigeria. So we must invest in human capital. We must see a way of enticing those youths who have jabbered and that have gotten good education, scaled, to come down to Nigeria and help us to untap our potential. Nobody will do it for us. We got to do it ourselves. Diversify the economy. These the G's I've been hearing since 1986 when I was in Pricewaterhouse, now PricewaterhouseCoopers. When IBB, Ibrahim Babangida, was to get the IMF loan, amongst others, we were in the newspapers in those days because they are wearing all this social media stuff. You will hear they want to diversify the economy. This. 1986 to now is about 40 years. Am I right? We've been on that road, diversify the economy. So it's more like theory than practical. All the governors will tell you they want to diversify the economy. Woo! We need to shift focus from oil dependence to agriculture, technology, and manufacturing to create a robust and resilient economy. If we don't, Naira will keep doing like this, up and down. What Trump is doing is just that he's in excess now, is good. Trying to localize America to start manufacturing. That's the fight he's having with China now, but he's doing it in a crude way. We need to. 2020, June 13, 2020, on a Saturday, when I set up what I call our Kulu Think Home Forum, we later got it registered as NGO by Corporate Affairs Commission, Abuja, on a Thursday, September 3, 2020. Our idea was to ensure that Igbos get home, not physically, but through their investment, to develop Ali Igbo. Ali Igbo is Igbo land. And we were concentrating on agriculture to replicate what Dr. Michael Opala did when he was the premier of Eastern Nigeria. And we were equally looking at manufacturing. I had a phone chat with Innocent, the founder and managing chief executive of IVC, Innocent Motors. In 2020, I had a chat with him to motivate him, to encourage him. And we were to do a tour of his factory in Nnewi, sometime in 2020, from there to Kutis, and to diversify our tours to encourage all these manufacturers to continue, that they are leaving a legacy. They are imprinting the sands, amongst others. So if you don't have such, and even technology, we set up in one of our forums, some chap who was in Europe, Western Europe. we use the WhatsApp to be educating engineers and some other science people. So that, because we are thinking, man proposes, God disposes. We are thinking the movement by now, because our vision then was by 2025, 5 years after this year, 80% of new investments by Igbo, by Igbo men and women worldwide, new investments, not the old ones they have already set up, will be in the Southeast. So if you are to invest anything from this year, 80% of that investment will be located in the 5 eastern states, southeastern states, and Delta Igbo and Rivers Igbo, before we started his berberism, that River Ikwere is not Igbo. That was our vision. But like I said, man proposes, God disposes. We didn't know that a certain movement will come into Igbo land after we have prepared our mission and vision statements, to start making Igbo people to run away from Igbo land. Very terrible. But again, narrative. The elites are afraid to say the truth. Leaving the content creators who control the media now via WhatsApp and Facebook and other social media platforms, to be given the impression that all is well in Igbo land. All is not well in Igbo land. Every Monday since first Monday of August 2021, there is no activity whatsoever, social and business activity, going on in the 5 southeastern states. If anybody tells you it's a lie, just agree with the person, because you don't know who the person is. Just agree. Oh, yeah, you are right. But I'm telling you that nothing happens. That's decentralizing, diversifying the economy of the Southeast has suffered because it's a problem. Another day for it. Decentralized power empowers states and local governments to innovate and address regional challenges effectively and fostering local governance. I've already talked about that. The governors who are the laws don't want it to happen. Most of the local government share all these elections you're organizing in local government. I keep saying, why are we wasting money organizing those elections? Why don't we just ask the governor, who do you want to be local government chairman, and the other ones? And we save a lot of money. Decentralizing power is in writing, not in practice. But we need to decentralize power so that the road that passes through my house, I can walk into the local government chairman and ask him, what have you been doing with 100, 150, 200 million you get every month from Abuja? Why don't you invest it and build this road that leads to my agricultural my farm, so that people can evacuate farm produce instead of giving it to the governor who doesn't even know the terrain. Anyway, restore ethical leadership. Encourage leaders to act as custodians of public trust, prioritizing the welfare of citizens over personal gains. We've said this before. And engage the diaspora. Engaging the diaspora, leverage the expertise and resources of Nigerians abroad, recognizing them as vital contributors to national progress. I tapped into the diaspora in 2020 when I set up a Akuluna Forum. A lot of Igbos in the diaspora, big boys, both in skills, education, and the money. We are members of it. But like I said, man proposes, God disposes. The role of education in development. If I wasn't educated, I wouldn't be standing here. So education is valuable and it's not theoretical education. I backed it up by training at Price Waterhouse. Education should focus on critical thinking and problem-solving skills, preparing students for the challenges of the modern world. Investment in education infrastructure is essential to provide quality learning environments that foster creativity and innovation. Curricula must be updated to reflect current global trends and local needs, ensuring relevance and applicability in real-world scenarios. I read from the social media platform about a lady that said she went to America, and that the course she read in Nigeria, one course, either psychology or philosophy or something, that when she got to America, she found out that she wasted her 3-4 years in Nigeria. I think she now wanted to move into another line to study, probably nursing also. So what are we saying? We need to update the curricula of most of something people learn in the universities, because they are outdated. These are curricula that were used when Zeke, etc., went to America over 80 years ago. And we are still using them here, and people are still studying. When you finish, you can't be employer of labor because you don't have what it takes. Anyway, encouraging lifelong learning and the skill development can help individuals adapt to changing job markets and economic conditions. That's what we are doing today, to encourage people on lifelong learning. You don't graduate or retire and you say them to hell. For me, it's when I retired that I remembered my library, and I've been reading vast things vast book unrelated to accounting and taxation ever since. Role of the diaspora. The Nigerian diaspora is a reservoir of talent and expertise that can drive innovation and the change in various sectors. Beyond remittances, the diaspora can influence policy making by sharing knowledge and advocating for reforms in governance and economic strategies. Engaging the diaspora can help bridge gaps in education and technology, fostering collaborations that enhance local capacity in Nigeria. The diaspora can mobilize resources for community projects and the initiatives that directly address local challenges, contributing to sustainable development. I give it to OBJ for this diaspora. When he was in power between 1999 to 2007, he moved in many Nigerians in the diaspora to come and assist the government. I remember Okonjo Iweala. I remember, I think, Obio Ezekwesili. And this Minister of Agriculture, I don't know whether it's OBJ that got him or OBJ. Yes. Akinwumi. Akinwumi. That is, yeah. Got him, I think, yeah, additional. I think either OBJ or, no, wait. Was it Jonathan? Yeah. I read that somebody saw him, one of the big boys saw him in Uganda. Yeah, okay, Sanusi. Saw him in Uganda and said, man, after this paper you're presenting, you must come home. And one thing led to the other. So we must do. I haven't traveled, but that's a personal decision. I still know that the people in the diaspora have more talents than some of us or most of us. So they should be encouraged, like during Zika, Wolowo, etc. When they get those skills in the diaspora, let them bring them home. But again, will they likely come home now when they see in the social media and even in the mainstream media about the killings in Nigeria today? A lot of them that came in have been killed. I know of somebody from either Osun State or so, that came in, set up agriculture or whatever, Was it Oyo or Osun? And they killed him. That's the one that came out in the newspaper because he was big. So, insecurity. I hear that the essence of government is security of lives and property. We must secure Nigeria. We must. If not, we'll just be stumbling and leaving our potential to just remain untapped. Okay, engaging diaspora can help improve gaps in education technology, fostering collaborations that enhance local capacity. The diaspora can mobilize resources for community projects and initiatives that directly address local challenges, contributing to sustainable development. Call to action, building the future. How do we build the future? To build a better Nigeria, we must embrace integrity in every aspect of governance and civic life. This requires a united effort from all citizens, leaders, and institutions to prioritize transparency and accountability. By fostering a culture of participation and responsibility, we can collectively shape a better future, ensuring that every voice is heard. Ensuring that every voice is heard. My voice, since I got my voice, I have refused it not to be heard. I normally say, I will say my own, you say your own. But to diminish my voice, it's not possible. So we must ensure that every voice is heard and valued in the journey towards progress and prosperity. Building Nigeria's future requires a collective commitment to good governance and integrity. Good governance and integrity and accountability. Nigeria has the potential to rise again, grounded in truth. Before we rise, it has to be grounded in truth, justice, vision, and greatness. The journey ahead requires collective effort and a commitment to integrity. As Chief Blakey Okwudili Ijezie said, we passed through the fire, but did not emerge as arches. We rose as architects of a new nation. This reflects our resilience to transform Nigeria into a beacon of hope. Thank you. What followed is, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well done, sir.
Thank you.
Another round of applause. In fact, that is a wonderful speech. And as you can see, I am not surprised because it's coming from the oracle himself. Corporate governance. Corporate governance. Corporate governance. Integrity. Transparency. Accountability. Those were the words that were resonating with me. And we must say Nigeria has come a long way. And the oracle himself has taken us through a call to action for Nigeria to move forward. All hands must be on deck. Corporate governance, good governance. Pardon me if I use the word corporate, but it is good governance. And you all agree with me. This forum is not partisan. You can see our brothers and sisters in National Assembly. Do we have the rule of law there? Do we have governance there? Good governance? No. And the chief has really done quite a lot. Integrity, erosion of our values. public office being used to satisfy personal interests above national interests. These are facts. These are facts. It is not that the chief hates this government. No. We all want them to improve. Well, again, journalists will tell us, communicators, allegedly, agreed. EFCC, the White Lion, Natacha, Akpoti Uduaga, senior prefect, sorry, Senate President, corporate governance, then the last straw that break the camel's back, constitutionalism, rule of law, emergency declaration. Even if the president has declared that emergency, and it still needs to be ratified by the wise men in the National Assembly, something of very critical importance, you do it by voice votes. I want to know whether my senator voted for or against. There was nothing like that. So, are we jokers? No. Nigeria can rise again. Chief, thank you so much for that presentation. Yes, if you are just joining us online, it is still the second edition of the serial bi-monthly pro bono blanket National Economic Conference. And Chief has just given us the welcome address, at the same time, the opening, the keynote speech. So I will now take the second presentation, which is the second presentation, which is looking at corporate governance from the business angle, and particularly the capital markets. That is promoting transparency and accountability in the Nigerian's capital market. Okay, question.
I will so opinion on that. It might be better for us to at least respond to the first
Okay, fine, no problem. Yes, so hold on. Yes, okay, good. So let me take questions so that the chief is here. That's correct, thank you. Questions from online or those of us who are here? Quickly, yes.
Maybe I even from online, because I know there will be a lot of people online.
For now,
I think you're doing for
Name.
your name and, okay, Patrick Osai. Okay.
I think the pain of Nigerian situation, both economic and politics, is because our votes don't count. So you have all characters of people in place of authority, and their major interest or their major incentive of being here is to settle themselves. Let me use the Nigerian language. To settle themselves. So what do we do? What do we need to do? Or what are we not doing to make our politics accountable?
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Yes, that's a very, very important question. Yes, yes, of course, you are the proper presenter, so you take that quickly.
You hit it at the nail. What do we do to make our votes count? What do we do to make our votes count? That's a billion, if not trillion naira question. Before we make our votes count, we must have at the helm of affairs someone with integrity. As the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who will not want to retain his portfolio by sidetracking the populace, who will want to ensure that the head of INEC is a man of integrity as well. My people used to say that fish starts to rot from the head. If the head is rotten, the other ones are nonsense. So we must direct our attention to the head. If the head is good, transparent, and doesn't mind whether he loses election in 2027 or 2031, depending, the votes will count. But if the head is already, a lot of people are already saying, the Senate president said the other day that there's no vacancy in Aso Rock. A Senate president, number 3 man, saying there's no vacancy. When the people haven't voted, he's already saying there's no vacancy in Aso Rock. And like I mentioned, an opposition state governor of Akwa Ibom said yesterday when Omahe went to flag off Lagos-Calabar highway from the Calabar end. He says that because the president is flagging off, the road is being flagged off now, that he will want the president to stay till 2031 so that the road will be completed. That's a governor of an opposition. When I heard it, I was like, where did these people come from? A governor? So in that wise, he's already, and he's saying he will mobilize his people to ensure that happens. He's already preempting what will happen in 2027, that some of us have given up. When a number 3 man, we say that there's no vacancy. Number 3, that is supposed to go and settle her problems with Natasha, telling us the way forward, that is wrong. So to answer your question, let me come back to your question. For votes to count, we must ensure that at the helm of affairs, we have a man of transparent integrity, and it will flow down. See what this man is doing in Burkina Faso. Is it Burkina Faso or Niger? Or 2 of them? Yeah, see what they are doing. With what they are doing, it's unlikely that the bottom, the masses, will not go with them. Very, very unlikely. And see what Humphrey Nwosu equally did, Professor Humphrey Nwosu did in 1993. For votes to count, let it be transparent. Lying behind their leader, though it was a cake, but that was a way of ensuring that there's no wuru-wuru. I think that was what he was using, no mago-mago. So it's, for this good governance to actually come in place, we must ensure that we get our elections to count, where the masses belong. Like I keep telling people in our social media platform, that these days, I enter Keke rather than, but today, because I'm coming from a far distance, I had to use Uber. I enter Keke, and when I get there, I engage in discussion with the other inmates in the Keke, and even the, yeah, they are my inmates now, and even the driver, so that I have a feel of what is going on. And I patronize Buka a lot. Buka, though once in a while I go to Sheraton to do go. But I patronize Buka a lot. And when you get there, you keep your ears to the ground. That's what I expect some functionaries of government to be doing, so that they can get the feel of the people to the top. Because the top is alienated with what is going on in Nigeria. Seriously. So, to come back to your question, for votes to count, the head of INEC must be a man of transparent integrity. A man who will not be thinking of his grandchildren in terms of money to leave to the grandchildren. I keep telling my children and to anybody who wants to hear that I believe that a generation, as you move down, the lower generations are smarter than you. So if my children are smarter than me and I could make it, why would I go and steal money to give them so that when I'm gone, they will not lack? They are the people using technology, using all these things to give me money for my old age. So when I see people in public services or even corporate organizations defrauding their organizations or their entities so that they keep money for their children, I know that they lack mental acumen. When either Jega or so got professors and all these people from the universities to be in charge of elections, we are thinking, that's it. We never knew that all those lecturers, professors, with due respect to some of them that we are straightforward and transparent, we never knew that they were very, very poor. And they saw that as an avenue to enrich themselves and their generations, children and generations yet unborn. And it happened in Abia State. We are the vice chancellor of Federal University of Technology, Owerri Futo, refused to be bought over. And that was the only reason that LS Oti, and her name is equally, her surname is equally Oti, but her own is OTI, from Enugu also, or Ebonyi. But LS Oti, his son is OTTI. She refused to be bought over and did the needful. That's why LS Oti was made governor or claimed his mandate. If not, so some of these, and I know some of them, one in either Cross River State or so, that was jailed, or Akwa Ibom, that was jailed. So integrity is not because you're a lecturer. Most of these lecturers or some of the lecturers are hungry men. So when they get to power, they will do worse than what we are seeing now. So integrity, people of integrity and people who think that money is not everything and that they shouldn't save money for their children. Their children should. I'm not saying you won't leave something for your children. Yes, you will leave, but my mentor is Warren Buffett, one of the richest Americans or one of the richest investors in the world. He said that he will leave probably only 1% of his wealth to his children. 99% we give to charity. If Nigerians start doing that, some of these going to steal for your children will never happen. I leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, I hope that has satisfied your...
Totally.
No, because we are talking about our work.
No, let him ask.
Totally. The problem we have at hand is very great.
Yeah.
What we have is state capture. All the institutions in this country has been captured. How will the men and women of integrity get to that position to take the right decision? Look at what is happening in Rivers State.
Let me still,
Okay.
So how do we address state capture?
let me still attempt it, but I hope you are not leading me to my jail. Yeah. I was telling one of my very good friends, he's about 76 years today, this year. Yesterday, 2 years ago, he saw what I wrote in one of the platforms and called me and we had a chat. And we were discussing about what's going on now. I said, well, that what's going on now is similar to what went on in 1997-98, when 5 political parties said that their presidential candidate was going to be Abacha. 5 political parties. So if Abacha had not died, all the political parties say, so you go and vote. Bam, it's Abacha's face, you vote. Go and vote, bam, go and vote, bam, go and vote. And that is what, like I said a while ago, is already happening Edimepo, your governor, who is a PDP governor, is already telling us that he will go for Tinubu, and he will lead Akwebong to support Tinubu's re-election. Wike, who was a PDP governor, led a Rivers people, allegedly, to vote for Tinubu, APC, and got compensated as Minister of FCT today. So, before you know it, and I read in the papers yesterday that Kwakwanso is planning to join APC. So before you know it, even if we have 20, 30 political parties, all of them would say, it's APC. We are going to vote for 2027. And when it happens, what do? Because I'm not a politician and I'm not going to be warned. And I know of a lot of people of my caliber who are not interested in politics. Politics is where the decision happens. So I will encourage other people who are political to join in politics so that we see how we can rescue Nigeria, because what we are talking about is how do we rescue Nigeria. We thought, I personally equally thought, that the opposition leader, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, was coming to rescue the mess left by the immediate past president, Muhammad Buhari. But I lost my whatever for him when on the day of swearing in, he said fuel subsidy is gone. I keep telling my contemporaries, how can you say fuel subsidy is gone from day one? When did you look at the files, etc., etc.? And I read in the social media early this week or late last week that a certain loan from World Bank or IMF of either $80 million or something close to that was gotten to alleviate the suffering of the masses because of this fuel subsidy gone. It was Ali Ndume that told us, Senator Ali Ndume. I mentioned it here, invincible, whatever. It wasn't visible where the money went to. It wasn't visible at all. I saw by somebody yesterday as well in the social media, asking Keyamo to account for over 40 billion or so that was said to have been given to individuals in all the 774 local government areas when he was junior minister of labor. Let's have the addresses of those people who collected whatever. The problem of Nigeria is very severe. But like I started, I think somebody said this someday, divine intervention is what we will be waiting for. Let the God that loves Nigeria intervene in what is going on. Electricity, I was telling somebody, my bills, I'm supposed to be in band A. My bills, sometime last year, rose by 3.5 times. Electricity. Fuel moved from 180 or 90, and there has been doing gyration between 900 and 1,100. When Abacha, sorry, I'm taking your time. When Abacha removed the fuel, whatever, he created a forum where Alhaji Muhammad Buhari was engaged to become a PTF. Are you following? So when this fuel subsidy was going to be off, some of us who have history, we are thinking that a similar thing could be created so that it will alleviate the suffering of the people. But no such thing. So getting Nigeria's problem to be solved, I must tell you, is divine. Because people were taught And people who challenge the status quo in the past have entered the power, but everything has remained the same. Okay? Thank you. Yeah? Sorry. The chairman of the occasion has just arrived. Otunba, Kenneth, Odusanya, FCN. When I started, I said that
Let's give a round of applause. Let's clap for him.
Yeah.
To come to the
Yeah,
activity.
because he's usually keeps to time, but he's still in practice, so maybe he's still in practice. And I remember there was one time he came late for a function. There was one time he came late for a function, and he said that he was running from Mountain of Fire University. Is it Mountain of Fire University? Mountain Top. Mountain Top. He's a board member there, and because of his experience, he's the man behind. So welcome, sir.
We'll take.
Yeah.
I hope you are a little bit satisfied now.
He can be satisfied. Me, I can't be satisfied.
He has even answered this question, state capture.
Okay.
Say somebody wakes up tomorrow and decides to go.
Okay, so
Are you saying
we'll keep talking.
We are not.
We're not doomed. We're not doomed. We'll keep talking about it. We'll keep talking. We'll keep, and of course, solutions will come.
We are doomed. Like I keep saying in most fora I belong to. When people start saying Nigeria is a failed country, I told them, no. The most you can say about Nigeria is that Nigeria is a failing country. Okay? Not failed. So when you say, are we doomed? I will tell you no. Let me say again what I normally say. I'm not ashamed of it. I haven't slept in any country other than Nigeria, and I will be 65 in August this year. I've been to Ghana once, but I flew into the Accra airport. There was a hotel we did a conference or a meeting when I was working in a bank, and one of the chairman then couldn't come to Lagos because he was a Nadeko chieftain. So we were having management meetings in Cotonou. We went on 2 or 3 occasions, and he told us that SSS then, DSS now, that they have a link of our movement. So they might capture us. So we now flew into Ghana. Why am I telling this story? If Nigeria is doomed, I have the wherewithal to move. But even in 1993-94, when my peers were moving out, you know, one of our friends in our states then that left to Canada, pressure was being put on me to japa. I said, no, I can't japa. I knew people like Odusanya from Pricewaterhouse, Emeka Benakabeze, and they were managing directors of companies, including banks then. I can walk into their office and demand for a favor because they know I can do the work. If I go to Canada, Oiboman, if I pass, Oiboman will be doing like this because I'm smelling him. Why would I go? And probably most of the people that went will go and be doing many a job. I can't be a second-class citizen anywhere, including even in Lagos here. People know I challenge when they say Lagos is a Yoruba enclave. I say no. Lagos was a federal capital territory. So it cannot be. So your question about being doomed, that's why I went into all these stories. Nigeria is not doomed. And will never be. Especially since I decided to live here. Will never be. So let's see how we can unfold. We have a lot of potentials. But our political class, very few of them, are the ones who are just messing us up. I see a vision. You know, I'm the oracle. I see a vision that in the next couple of years, probably not 2, probably not 6, probably not 10, but that in the next couple of years, these are youths that jabbed abroad. We can start coming back home here. Because here is the oil well on the ground, not physical oil. The oil well, the resources on the ground of this country are immense. Even I mentioned about the youth when I was giving the keynote address. Even our youth, the potentials they have. That's why when they go abroad, they come out tops in their universities. We have a lot of potentials, but we are being distracted by the politics as it were. So we are not doomed.
Yeah, Chief, thank you. Yes, like I said, we cannot solve all the problem, but we'll keep talking, so that we know, like Chief has said, we are not doomed. Even the so-called state capture, nothing lasts forever. And it is clear, the signs are there. Like we said, this conference is an economic conference. We are apolitical, but we want to put the government on their toes so that they can improve the lives of Nigerians, the lives of my brothers in Plateau, the lives of my brothers and sisters in Banquet, and Anambra, Imo states, even in Niger Delta. These killings, they are not far from us any longer again. Before, oh, it's in the north, oh, it's in the... But it's in our backyard. And if we don't continue to speak, then one day, in fact, last night I was disappointed because I heard the governor of Plateau State telling the people, defend yourself. Defend yourself. Defend yourself. A government official, a governor.
With no God.
And the people told him, harm us.
Oh, they told you?
Yes.
Nice response. Oh, you had it?
Yes, harm us. Give us the resources to buy the ammunition. We will defend ourselves. Are we not turning into an act? My wife is from Edo State. Look at what happened with Uromi. Their village is not far from there, Irua, just a stone throw. She said right now, all the people have left Uromi. They are now in Irua. Everybody, they ran, they left that village. They were defending themselves. You know, I've always spoken about my own local government in Delta. Yeah. How I want to go there and face them too.
I've been the chairman of local government.
Yes. And I will not hide it. I contribute to the Security Trust Fund. The vigilante, I support them also with the little I have. Defend, this is long ago. Defend yourself. At least in the night, patrol around the community. When you see strange faces, you arrest them. Even at that, the so-called, for me, they are not Fulani headsmen. These are terrorists. They are still in our forests. They killed. 2023, I was there in the village. They killed 2 farmers inside. That was the day I rejected Nigerian army. You had soldiers stationed in my village. And when they were coming, they were patrolling. I met them because of the project I was doing. And I said, soldiers, so look at what has happened. I'm a journalist. You know, this. Oga, why you not go there now? I said, Even this project I'm doing for people is even being done by one of your generals as a legacy project. And that's why you people are even coming. You are seeing this army color. But look at what has happened now. You say, Oga, if I go there now, I said, okay. I will follow you people. A lot of people are there. Security, I'll be there. You know, I could see their nonchalant attitude towards the security. And I will tell you this, the media will not report it. Women who had cassava farm, these elders came, they ate everything. This is one village in Delta State, very close to Bayelsa. It's called Patani. And the boys, the vigilantes said they could not engage these people. And in that village, they had somebody who was a serving at that time, general, major general. The king, of course, is a small boy, had to call him and say, Oga, this is our problem. You know, but there are soldier station in Patani there now. Those ones said they cannot engage. And when you investigated, As a journalist, I'm not supposed to say this. I will say allegedly. I will say allegedly. And the head of that soldiers there said they can't engage them. And when you look at, they were all of northern extraction. Allegedly, I will not say, I mean as a journalist. I have to verify my information. Okay, I'll leave. Let me just read. And the general now had to call the nearest brigade in Asaba, Agbo, and told the brigadier general there that, look, deploy more men to so and so place. And that was when those ones came and they had a truce. The elder said they are afraid to come out from their bush, and if they come out in the daytime, they know that the community boys are going to attack them, which was true. They came to an agreement, said, okay, they will assess the damages to those farmland, and they will pay. They agreed. They paid. Even the youth said, no, they can't leave this town broad daylight. It was in the night. It was those soldiers that escorted them, and they left the town. Why I'm saying this? In fact, one of the elders that his own brothers would they want to come and kill was born and brought up in that village, and he's over 60. He had his children there. He rears his cattle, but he has a place he has built for them. The day I went to that village for the first time I met him, his children, they were greeting me in my own native dialect. And they wore hijab. I shed tears. These are children. They are Fulani extraction, but they were greeting me with my own native dialect. Are we going to throw them away? But we are saying we can live peacefully. But if they refuse that we cannot live peacefully, then the criminal terrorists among them should be smoked out. Okay, so everything comes down to good corporate governance. So on this note, I just want to call on the chairman of the occasion to give us one or two address so that we'll continue. Yes, I'm still going to take your question. We'll continue. So we'll just give the chairman 1 or 2 minutes to address us. Mr. Chairman, sir. Mr. Chairman is Kenneth Odusanya, Managing Partner, FCA, Managing Partner, KSO Associate. You're welcome, sir. Yeah.
Well, good morning, and sincere apology for coming late. I want to congratulate my friend Dombi for his persistent effort at making our society better. I've followed Dombi for over close to 40 years now that we've known each other. I'll tell you, he's a consistent person. You may not like his style, you may not like him, but concerning his conviction, he stands with his conviction right from 1984, 85 when I met him, till now. It's not an easy thing.
1983.
Well, I got close to him in 1984. It's not an easy thing to be consistent like that. And for that, I drop my heart for you. Keep doing what you are doing. Don't let us lose hope about our society. Our society will be better. And personally, I see our society getting better. If only we all have faith and we'll do what is right. I tell people when you say a society is bad, what is society? A society is the aggregation of each individual. If every individual in that society decides to work well, we have a better society. But the problem is that we've cultivated bad habits for too long. And the bad habit is what we are seeing today. And to reverse that bad habit, I'll tell you, it needs an ethical revolution. Apartheid is not a question of economic theory, but economic principles. Principles that have worked abroad refuse to work here. Not because they are invalid, But because economics said, ceteris paribus, let everything be constant. And in human nature, you see, when you say let everything constant, let's look at our society. We are all very easy at blaming politicians, blaming our leaders, blaming everybody. But today is Wednesday. Am I right? Wednesday. This time last week, for those that came to this island for an event or for anything last week, Wednesday, it was a hell. What caused it? Immediately there was traffic. Everybody started driving in the opposite direction. This road you are looking at here, this Lekki road, between law school and this mobile gate, I was there between 7 p.m. till 11 p.m. Yes. I got to the event I'm going to by 12, quarter to 12. This was an event that started at 2. The unfortunate is that, you see, many of my cousins came from the US for that event. And they were asking, what caused this? Why can this happen? But tell me, is that the fault of the government? Sincerely, is that the fault of the government? The downfall driver, even the educated people in big cars, they came on one way. We faced each other, and there was standstill, total standstill. That is how we destroy our society. Either in commerce, in anything we do, we go there with bad habit, and we cause disruption. When you now leave the place, hey, this government is not good. Every government is not good since I've grown up in this country. When are we going to have a good government? Every government is not, we can't complain about every government, but none of us ever complain about ourselves. I want you today, leave this place today with an insight to the fact that if you want a better society, it must start from you. If you want a better society, we must start behaving well going forward. We all behave in very bad manners. And that's why lectures like this, yes, we should talk about the theoretical part of it. Economic principles, yes, if inflation is this is how you manage interest rate. I agree with you. But when you tell me you manage interest rate this way, and your banks are not responsible to that, the interest rate should be based on some fundamentals. The bank MD wakes up and says, well, there are borrowers, they want money, make it 40%. Or government says 20%, book 20, but put a spread of 10% for me somewhere as other charges. Who stops that? Is that government fault? So, gentlemen, I welcome you to this program. I don't want us to leave here with the problem that we will solve our problem by relying on government. No matter which party is there, no matter which individual is there, I'll tell you, we will still complain about the same thing. Many years ago, many of us complained about Buhari. Buhari was having the northerners. I agree with you. Today, Nabu say Tinubu is putting northerners. And he's putting Yoruba people. I'm not in support of it. But ask yourself, how do we run this country? How do we relate with ourselves normally? Because maybe the man is saying that if this term goes, my people will not have nothing in the next 32 years again. I'm not saying it's right, I'm not saying it's wrong. But I'm just telling you, each of us need to look inward. There must be a Nigerian spirit, which is lacking in every one of us. Most of us don't have the Nigerian spirit. And it's unfortunate we lost it at a point because we used to have it. I was born in the north. I never got to the south until I was 9. The Civil War brought me to the south. When I got to Lagos, I could not speak Yoruba at all. I was speaking Hausa. And growing up in the north, I know we grew up in shanties. We call it shanties of small Hamden courts, where we have Brother Obi, Brother Haruna, Brother Chike, and we all were fetching water from the same well. That's how we grew up. I didn't know who was you, but I don't know Brother Chike, but the Civil War came and divided us. We have not gotten out of it. Ladies and gentlemen, let us start cultivating the Nigerian spirit. Our problem can be solved if we all decide to change, and that change should start from you. I will end this by just referring to what I was told one of the very successful accountants, Fola Adiola. In 1996 or something, I can set up a forum on Vision 2020. Either Vision 2020 or Vision 2010. I can't remember which are visions. And I was calling as a participant. We are complaining, I can't work for Abacha. Abacha is useless. Abacha, blah, 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 blah. No, but we accepted the thing because they say we should go and lead discussions. Fola Adiola was the chairman of that group, Vision 2020, each chairman of that group. He now put us in that small hall in ICANN. About 20, 30 of us. I told those gentlemen, I heard what most of you are saying. You are saying I can't work for Abacha. You are not working for Abacha. You are working for Nigeria. And he told us a story. He said, if you believe the confusion Nigeria is now, you have survived it. You don't want to change it. Ask yourself, can your children survive it? So this is designed for us to sit down and change it. We are discussing now. We must change that system now. When I say change system, not change people. I'm not talking about people. It's the ethics is the critical thing. What's the difference between America and this place? I tell people, look, anybody can misbehave. Either Americans, they can misbehave. But the problem is that, what are the consequences of that misbehavior? That's why we are lacking there. If you misbehave there, there's no consequence. But in those places, if you misbehave, there will be consequences. Let us work on those ones, and we're a better society. You are welcome. Once again, I say apology for coming late. I had a client commitment, which I had to address to. It was unexpected. The client called me early this morning. I had to go there. I said I apologize. Don't be. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
To the participants, thanks for coming.
You know, when I was giving the opening statement, I said I'm surprised he wasn't here. Then I forgot that he hasn't retired. He has just said it that this morning a client called him. It reminds me of when I was in, before I retired. I was living in Sulere then. I think I left Sulere 94 to 99. Fidelity Union Merchant Bank, as they were called then, asked me to do a review of their payroll, etc., etc. And I was doing it. NEPA took life, so it wasn't today NEPA started though. I had a little generator, diesel generator. I put it on throughout the night. And by 5, 6 o'clock, I had finished the work, went and delivered it to Fidelity Union Merchant Bank. They were then on opposite CBN, on Savannah House building. And what am I saying? When client's deadline is to be met, client first. So apology accepted, because client first. That was why when I retire, I keep mentioning this retirement, but people think it's just mounting something. When I retired in December 2014, I left Lagos, that had become my home since 1983, to my village, Umuduno Ozobo. Why did I do that? I said if I was still living in Lagos, that my clients, and most of them were like good friends, they would think I was just talking, you've retired. They will be making calls like they made to my Oga this morning. Come and do this, come. And you can't say no, because the call could be, I was into taxation, could be that the office is about to be locked up, and if you don't come, they will lock it up. So I relocated. So when they call me now, I tell them I'm drinking palm wine in the village. So Keso, you're welcome, sir. And Keso has been Kenneth Odusanya. When we started, he is actually the major motivator for this conference we are doing. When I raised it in our forum in August 2023, that I wanted to do a conference, I thought it was going to be a one-off. He was very supportive of it, called me on phone, we talked, etc. And I fixed the date. And I decided, because he was passionate about it, to make him the the chairman of the maiden edition, October 10, 2023, in Fuller's Hotel, Anthony Village. He came in with retinue of his staff, about 4 or 6, and we had a good time. Because of his passion, along the way, I think on the 4th edition or 5th edition, he became a speaker, a guest speaker. And today again, he's chairman of the event. So he has participated actively on 3 occasions, and I know one other occasion that, or 2 occasions that he breezed in just to witness what we are doing. So, Oga, I highly appreciate. So, and again, let me say this. Again, why do I normally want him to be around? He mentioned it, that if I'm positioned like this, nobody will make me to talk. In the forums we belong to, at times, we talk, and after he will call me on phone, we spend minutes, 20, 30 minutes discussing. He's a Yoruba man, but I think I wrote it one day on the forum when people were attacking him. He is meticulous about, how do I put it so that people get what I'm saying, since some people are online. He discusses more about the institution, about the people, not about the people in government per se, but about the environment. He's not too supportive, though his people are the ones who are enjoying the leverages of power, but he is not too supportive about that. He discusses about the system. How does the system turn a new leaf? Not about who is in the power there. If with the constitution Nigeria is operating now, I read that Chief Anyoko and some patrons, group of patrons, will be talking about it later this month or so. If the constitution we are operating today is still allowed to exist, as it were, whoever that is in power in 2027 will not be too different from what we witnessed during the 8 years of Buhari and what we are witnessing today. It's a constitutional issue. We have to really change that constitution. The House of Rep and the Senate, once in a while, they say they are doing constitutional amendments, but it's neither here nor there. We have to surgically change this constitution so that even if it's returning Nigeria to what was happening during the 60s, prime ministerial type of government. But with this constitution, we can't go further at all, because the president or the governor will come in there and see all the loopholes in the constitution. Being human, the person will like to utilize them, which is what some of us do for our clients when I was in the practice. Read the tax laws and see the loopholes and use it to advise your client, and you make your money. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Convener, the chairman, thank you. Yes, just one word. Just one word. Ethical revolution. Ethical revolution. And I always believe this. What can we do in our own circle of concern or our own circle of influence? That change must start with each and every one of us. It's not going to be overnight. You saw what the chairman has told us. Was it government that caused that chaos? Attitude. Attitude. For me as a trainer, I keep telling participants that, see, you're not just here for the knowledge, for the skill, You are also here for attitude. I can recruit you, even if you don't know anything. But without your attitude, you are ready to learn. You are ready to improve. Fine, I can work with you. I can't work with an engineer that is smart, has all the knowledge, has all the skills, but he cannot relate with his finance person. So please, nobody is against any government, but we want our institutions to function well. We want strong institutions. We want the judiciary to be strong and be independent. We want the legislators to be strong, independent. Then, of course, the executive. In elementary government, it says check and balances, 3 arms of government. But what do we have now? Then there was one point somebody raised again. Professionals, don't be shy away. Get involved in politics. You cannot be outside and trying to say you want to be Superman to change. It's not possible. Let all of us, if we claim to be professionals, let us get into there and play that game. Professionally also. I want to see a situation in the country where we'll have ethics for politicians. Yes. And when you do something against him, infringe on the law, there will be a committee somewhere. Professional now, as we have in most professional bodies. Where they'll say, no, you have erred, no, and they give you sanction. And if you are a politician, but you're a professional, and you see things that are going on you don't like, it is unethical. You speak, you talk about it. Kenyambu that we all respect, allegedly. I don't think he can give account of those monies. But I remember that project very well. The way he was shouting, going everywhere, quarreling. Say for the 774 local governments. Today, nothing. Like the chairman said, behavior, no consequence. Yes. And that's what informed today's economic conference. Good governance. Good governance. In every facet of our Nigerian society. That change must start with each and every one of us. So, okay, let's take your question before we proceed. Let's take your question.
Yeah, although the convener has already mentioned...
Name and, sorry?
Sorry, my name is Adima Eko, FCA.
Wow.
Are you
Sorry,
sorry?
that's the guy I told you I'm seeing for the first time in 33 years.
Wonderful. Congratulations.
We used to jump together in those days. He has mentioned things which is very important. We cannot build on a faulty structure, and that's the Nigerian constitution. Everybody, we only have one man in Nigeria, that's the president. He holds the knife, holds the yam. He can do as he likes because the constitution permits him to do that.
Yeah.
One young man called Peter says the judiciary is a little department in the executive, which is true. Tell me the House
Allegedly, let's use the word.
Tell me the House of Assembly in this country that has challenged the government. They are all appendages. Why? The Constitution allows this to happen. So unless we look at the Constitution, but I'm selfish, I'm there. Just like Boko Haram model. You win a territory, you capture a territory, collect the tax. I am captured. It is my turn to collect my tax. Wait for your turn to fight. If you can capture, you win it, you take it from me and continue from there. What can we use as the instrument to sanitize the system is only the Constitution, that is people's Constitution. Not what they drafted for us. Can we go back to regional governments where we are coming from, whereby the 6th geographical zone can develop? Now, Southeast wants to develop, but there's somewhere that said no wait for us. An Ambra boy will score 300 plus, will not get admission, but somebody will 50 get admission. We go to the college now, the campus, the other guy that had 50 is now promoted every other year, and you're still there. Why? Because we are building on a wrong structure, a faulty structure. So the area, the best thing we should put our energy now should be, how do we review the Nigerian Constitution to make it work? Because INEC, how do we recruit INEC? No matter what, I'm the person that will recruit the person that will vote for me, except Jonathan. That's the only person that recruited INEC man didn't know from anywhere. I can say that today. So I want, who will be my chief judge? I'll pick the one I want. Who are my ministers? Just like the commissioner said. Simple. Instead of conducting the government election, let the governors pick people to sit. Although I don't even believe in local government structure. I don't believe in local government structure in Nigeria. It's a waste of money. I don't believe in it. Because it's a sharing, just cascading the sharing formula down so they can go around the people. We can have enough to share.
They don't even come to work.
They do. I tried a government that was created by Banquet. How many years now? There's not one single road that we fix by that government. How much are we receiving? Used to be 100-something million, 180 million every month. What are we? Instead of wasting time to tell the government, give it as a department in the midst of local government states. It will work and it will be better. We will not have the chairman to waste money on. The councillors to waste, because they're wasting money. Instead of fixing the roads, instead of looking at agriculture, primary schools are not working. But we have the chairman local government to go on a convoy. We have first lead local government that goes out in a convoy by wasting time. I don't believe in those things. But can I talk? No, because it is a constitution that never needs to happen.
Okay.
So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our energies to work on the foundation, and that is what the constitution. After that, everything will follow.
Thank you very much. That's a good one. I wouldn't say, okay, I'm going to put it. Thank you very much. That's a good one. I would say it's a wonderful contribution. It's not even a question. Okay, so let me just call upon the chairman of the occasion to come and say one or two words. Chairman, sir.
sorry to come.
No problem.
You see, the last speaker brought up issues that I've had it in many forums. The constitution is faulty. The constitution is faulty. I agree with you. It's not a perfect constitution, but there can be no perfect document. Who are those that implement the constitution? They are people. And if you look at Nigerian history properly, the constitution we are running now was one they ran in 1979, if I'm right. 79 constitution is what we are running. There are just small adjustments, just small amendments. But let me tell you, in 1979, a party was different from the government. It's not a constitutional definition. It's not a constitutional definition. It's a reality, and that's the constitution we are running. The party and the government are two different entities. What is happening today? And Obasanjo brought it about. We forget so soon. Obasanjo started it. Obasanjo had about 5 party chairmen under 5 years. If you don't like you, he remove you.
And 5 parties Senate president.
If you don't fight you, he removes you. He removes you. It's not a constitutional issue. It's an ethical issue. It's not, if you change the constitution, if you have a man like that running you, that it will go back to the same, because the man believes that he's supreme. It's even more than the constitution, because he has started as a tradition now. Every president after him too wants the chairman they want that should be there. So what we have today, the president will buy the chairman to Aso Rock. It should be the other way around, because the party is the one that put him there. We have lost that. So that's not a constitutional issue. It still goes back to the issue of ethics. And the current set of politicians, where are they from? These are the creation of the military. The core politicians were banned by Babangida in 1992 or 1990. He banned the core politicians. He said he started newborn or new era or something. What do they call it? New breed. He said new breed. He banned the old politicians. So what do we end up with? We end up with merchants that were errand boys for the military. That's why today you see most of them going back to pay homage in Daura, going back to pay homage in Mina, because that is their source. They are not seeing your constitution as the source of their power, because these are guys that made them. And look at Babangida function. He said he made people, and he said it there publicly. And so you see, I want us to get it right. Yes, our constitution will be improved upon, but our problem basically is not the constitution. It's the human beings that are running it, and that's why I told you it's a question of ethics. You talk of INEC, gentlemen. The election is the professor. Professor of anything he is. If you're a professor, will you allow someone to use you? No, sincerely, if you're a professor, even if I put you as a professor, and then you have to do an election. I saw somebody post something yesterday and I laughed. He said, these university professors, you help people rig election. I want them to respect your ASU. It will not work. So it's still the question of ethics, gentlemen. We have the institutions, but are they working with ethical standards? You say professionals, you go to government. Professionals are everywhere now. We have more professors in government now than people not. We have professionals, we have doctors. When they get there, they behave like professionals. So until each of us decide within us that, look, if I'm going there, I'm going to do it well. The local government you are talking about, nothing has changed about local government. It's the people that have changed. Growing up in Lagos, I keep telling people, I enter buses in Lagos for free of charge, run by Lagos Municipal Authority. Lagos Authority was running it. Every hospital in Lagos, those private hospitals, my auntie wife was staying was a nurse. She was working local government. We had hospitals at local government level that people go to every day. And they give you medicine, they give you all these things, they even give you food. All this coca oat, cornflakes, they give you when you are leaving the place. Shake, this shake milk, they give it out. It was local government. So if you say they should cancel local government now, why did they cancel it? It's because people that are there, they are not there by your own power. They are there because somebody put them there. And the guy that put them there is what they will go and report to. They have no business force, because even winning the election, you have no part to play in the election. These are the issues. They are the ethical issues that, look, gentlemen, if our election has to be straight, we must have the moral standard to say, well, I'm not going to rig. Are you getting me? Until we come to that level. But now, there's no accountability. The man that's going to be a governor next time knows he doesn't need you to be a governor. He needs a godfather. When that man says you are the next one, what happens? You are the next one. Is that a constitutional issue? It's not. So please let us, when we look at this constitution, I've heard people say it many times, but with ourselves, we are the people. We are the source of the problem, and we need to talk to ourselves. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. So you can see that we are on track. We are looking at good governance. Good governance. So on that note, I think some of the questions have been addressed, but we cannot exhaust everything. So we'll keep talking, we'll not get tired of talking. In fact, yesterday, I still report the stock markets. So I can't get tired. I still report the stock market yesterday. I can't get tired. I still had a guest. Tell me what is happening in the stock market. No, I'm a stockbroker. Okay, so we just have to keep talking and talking. To address your own, Oga, would you respect? Me too, I'm an aspiring local government chairman. Yes. Because it's not just to talk and talk. Like Chairman have said, when we get there, let us see how we want to do it properly. But I must confess and I must tell you, sir, the feelers I'm seeing, what I'm getting, they are making things difficult for me. As we speak, a festival is going on in my village. As I said, where the man when one become local government chairman? Where am he? They do stockbroker for Lagos. Let him remain there. Oh. Let him remain there and eat the small money he has made. Because if he comes here, we are going to finish his money. I will not give up. I will not give up. That's the truth. I will not give up. but I'm seeing the challenges. Even sending people to me to say that's your ambition, just hold it for some time. That you don't hear say I'm local. You know, the Lagos, wait, your turn never reach. And besides, they are saying I should go and see one PDP chairman in Delta State, get involved with him, then he will recommend the PDP chairman in my local government, that those are the godfathers there. Yes, that when those ones endorse, then just spend some little money. And yes. So we'll be moving to the next paper, which I'm going to present, looking at corporate governance. You know, in public we say good governance. Now we are coming to the business area. Ethics is one strong subject, business ethics, in any profession. All right, it's medical profession, accountancy profession, taxation. Ethics is very, very important. So I will be looking at corporate governance, promoting transparency and accountability in Nigerians' capital markets. As a stockbroker, all boiling down to ethics, there's an opportunity to buy a security, because as a stockbroker, I have seen that opportunity. My client has given me order. I will buy for myself first. I will buy for myself first. It's unethical, because they have taught you that your client comes first. And some of my colleagues will say, I'm also a client now. Yes. They say your client comes first. Then your company's portfolio before yourself. But what do we do? In fact, it's even got to such a situation where you know a particular security is not liquid. You have bought it for your client. You sold from your own portfolio to your clients. It's an ethical issue. Like the chairman said, it is not constitution. It's an ethical issue. It is me and you. So when we talk about the capital market, we're talking of that market where you have people with surplus funds. They come in to give to those with deficits of funds so that they can use it for productive purposes. And of course, they have a part ownership in some of those ventures. Then, to make it liquid, when you have supported a venture and you want to leave, you don't need to go and tell anybody. You just take those, your evidence of purchase, your shares, to a stockbroker, and you get to the secondary market, you are able to exit. Now, we have seen over time that a lot of stockbrokers, not only stockbrokers, but other participants in the capital market. Mind you, stockbrokers are just one of the participants in the capital market. We have reporting accountants in the capital market. We have capital market solicitors, that's the lawyers, in the capital market. There are several professionals. But just that, because the visibility that you see is men and women dressed with this, every business you see them. That is what people are referring to the stock brokers. So the Nigerian capital market is crucial for economic development. Now, there are challenges: fraud, poor disclosure, weak regulation. Good corporate governance strengthens market integrity. Now, I will not say it is only the stockbrokers that commit fraud in the capital market, but I will tell you the disciplinary process put in place. If I, as a stockbroker, I have eaten a client's money, which is possible, we have seen it all over the place. there are mechanisms to check me. And if I'm not satisfied, of course, there are dispute resolution mechanisms, even from the stock exchange to the Security and Exchange Commission to the IST, which is Investment and Securities Tribunal, then up to the Appeal Court and also the Supreme Courts. Now, we cannot continue to complain in our own small professional outing. As a professional in the capital markets, you collect money from a client, buy the shares. You want to keep the money in an account to yield interest first. Unethical. It's unethical. Again, that is not a constitutional issue. So, understanding transparency and accountability. Okay, before I go there, we're talking of market integrity. Good corporate governance strengthens market integrity. Well, with due respect, our president is out there trying to bring investors. But if those investors don't have confidence, they will not come. But if they see that our market is transparent, is fair, we don't even need to beg them. They will come. The last few, let's say 1 year, 2 years, we have seen a lot of exits from the market, which is very painful. But I had in some of the media show I do, we have tried to defend some of these things. We say, okay, if a company like SKB or Unilever, PZ, especially those ones have given us notification that they want to exit the market, they want to leave. And they tell you it's Forex. They need to still bring the raw material from London, from their parent company, SKB. And I would defend that. I would say, okay, if you have been operating in Nigeria since 1973, you didn't see it necessary for you to see how some of those your local raw material can be grown here in the country. You didn't invest in research and development to see that your supplies, you can get them here. Then now, you are telling us because it is Forex, when I bring them, it's more expensive, then it's no longer profitable for them to continue operation. We defended, we said, no, they were not sincere. Look at Nigerian breweries. What are they using? Sorghum, abi millet. We can grow those things here in the country. Must you bring it from, where, I don't know where is that place, Enikem or where? Okay, so these are some of the ethical issues. And we are saying we have rules and regulation in our market. So for market integrity, all the players must abide and play by the rules. So understanding transparency and accountability. Transparency opens disclosure of financial and operational data. Now, we still pride ourselves that if you want to come to the capital market, are you ready to dance naked in the market square? Yes, because your reports, your numbers, every quarter, you must disclose it to the public. Every quarter, your numbers must come out. Then, of course, your full year numbers must come out, I think, 90 days after your end of year. So you can see. That is disclosure. You go to politics. With due respect, I'm using Keyamu. Give disclosure of how that money was spent. Who and who collected that money? What did they do? No disclosure. You said you have empowered people. Who are the people that have been empowered? Yet we still see our youths. No full disclosure. Accountability, that's ethical responsibility of corporate entities. I will tell you today, with due respect, there are some corporate entities in the country today. They are not responsible. It is not only when you disclose your numbers. What about your operations? You do your operations, your production, and you are discharging your waste to the open gutter. That's not good corporate governance. And at the same time, you are destroying the environment. Look at the oil and gas companies. They prefer to flare the gas. I have said, come up with technology that can trap this gas and we'll use it. Is it for LNG, LPG, and all that? Where do we have our petrochemical engineers and all that? And I ask myself, in their own country, do they flare this gas? No corporate governance. Benefit of reduced fraud, insider trading, and corporate mismanagement. This is a real capital market issue. You are a board chairman of a company. It's a big responsibility. You are a director in a company. You own 5%. You are even a professional advising that company. And by the virtue of what you do, you are exposed to their internal numbers. And you take advantage of that. You take advantage of that. Of course, I'm so happy with the current management of SEC. That is a criminal offense. Insider dealing. And I must give kudos to the Nigerian, that is the NGS group now. When these corporate companies are doing their, they want to do their, is it board meeting? There is a period, they call it closed period. No director, no person with 5% interest, no professional advising them, or related party will buy or sell their shares. We were not having this before. We were not having, but when they begin to see that, because it's also very difficult to prove some of these insider dealing cases, because these corporate experts are very smart. Yes, they can use a lot of proxy. And mostly it is professionals like me, the stockbrokers. Yes, that they will use. The stockbroker will just create one portfolio somewhere. In fact, these days they say it's a nominee account. And SEC, we are so happy with SEC. He said, okay, it's a nominee account, agreed. Who are the beneficiaries? Disclose. Yes. So we are saying that more and more, because people, we are beginning to learn and see that these are things that are happening. But despite everything, we still see a lot of corporate governance issue. Before, in this country, the chairman is the MD. Yes. The chairman is the MD. But today, that office is separated. I'll tell you one short story concerning insider dealing. A young man was complaining to his friends that my wife comes late these days. I don't know why. Anyway, she said their company, she's a secretary to the chairman also. And once a board meeting is going on, the chairman is there, he will insist that she stays in the office. And he was telling his friends in a beer parlor, whatever, saying, I don't know, I'm always taking care of the children. My wife comes late. They say their company, they are doing meetings. Maybe they might talk about dividend or something else. And in that beer parlor, you don't know who is there. Somebody there who believes he's a Shakis man. He's drinking his Heineken. I don't want to advertise any brand. He's drinking green bottle. He heard that information. He said, okay. That means immediately, because the woman was telling the husband, I'm coming because they are trying to agree they will pay dividend and they're going to pay some money. He was now innocently telling his friends that they are drinking together. Somebody was dropping somewhere, got that information, immediately went out and called his own stockbroker and said, CEO, this company, they might likely do it, so begin to buy. And he bought millions of units. And eventually, when that company made their numbers public, of course, dividend was paid, the price went up. And that guy sold again and made so much money.
Sorry, is this a real life?
It's a real life case.
Real life.
Real life case.
Wow.
Real life case. And you see, it is difficult to prove that insider dealing. Who are you going to hold in this case now? Is it the husband of the woman who innocently, while they were drinking, or the woman?
Or the man who is drunk?
The husband that was drinking, maybe probably they were a little bit tipsy. And it just, the eavesdropper who got the information, I mean, okay, sir.
Yeah, in this thing you mentioned now, in CFA ethics.
Yes.
There's a story like this. You can't hold anybody.
You can't hold anybody.
Because the man who made the comments is not a professional.
What of the wife?
But the wife did not tell him that they are doing anything.
Yes.
No, you said the wife told them.
He told she told her husband they might likely pay. But it,
Oh, they might like that, but it's not a.
it's not.
It's
I'm-
complete.
so you can't talk to your wife, or your wife can't talk to you.
And the wife didn't know it was in a public place.
No, the wife told him in the bedroom at home. So when he,
Okay, at home.
yeah, when he went to
Who used that information to make money?
another bystander who he has dropped.
You can't hold anybody.
So we are not asking, who are you going to hold responsible for this?
Sorry, let me ask this.
Okay, good.
Assuming I gave information to my friend. I got home from work. He said, STB has bought over.
Uh-huh.
The guy stood like this.
No STB will not has bought.
I'm coming. That time. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, STB, that's Standard Trust Bank.
Yes.
That told your wife.
UBA. No, my neighbor.
You told your neighbor.
That STB
Yes.
has bought over UBA.
And he stood like that.
He stood like this. Okay, thank you for the information. The following day, he bought 10 million units of UBA.
Can you imagine?
10 million.
Yes.
You told the person. So now you commit the insider.
No. It's probably information, but it was able to make use of that information. Is that insider information?
No. It's the merchant has come public. It's no longer.
It was announced to us in the office.
Okay, to you in the office, not to the public. Then it's still an insider information.
It was announced to us that.
Yes.
No, it was announced. For
It's price sensitive.
2015, so 2005, 2005 stuff.
In the office.
It's like now.
In the office, management meeting.
So it is still not,
All staff.
or whether all staff, it is still not public information.
So the guy went 10 million. After that was in May. By November, he sold it.
By November, it sold.
He made
Millions.
Wait, because from what he said, because I'm aware of that, because I've worked in public companies.
Exactly.
They will write to you and say you cannot touch the stock of this company.
That is now.
So period. No, it's, even when I was in Fidelity.
Close period.
Yes, there's a close period. You can't touch a public company. If you as a staff, your wife,
Okay,
your
yes,
father,
exactly.
your mother, anybody.
Related parties.
I had it by policy in 2010. One of the policy I wrote 2010, insider.
No. They will write all
Define.
staff that there is a close period. The legal department will write you. There is a close period. You cannot touch the shares of this company.
Let's see. What is the example of that? See, if you work in that environment like this, and tell you that you don't period, you know how they do any information. They've not announced anything. It's all like the whole staff were not doing that. STBs for buying UUP. That's the kind of information to tell.
No. See, as we are here now, ethics in capital markets will take it that this is a closed group.
Okay, yes, that's true.
It will take it as a closed group. So if anything will impact on the stock market that we discuss here that has not been made public, you cannot.
What's
Yes.
public?
Public is that it is in everybody's ear.
Exactly.
Everybody has seen it. It has been announced to the public. That we have done this.
Yes.
In this case, that staff meeting or staff.
It's a closed group.
Besides, it's not even all staff. It was maybe the
No, it was announced in the staff memo.
Okay, staff memo.
Staff memo is not public now.
It's not public.
Can you share staff memo to an outsider?
You can't.
He said, just go to my friend in the house.
Okay, so you now took it to your friend in the house.
The reason why it wasn't a problem for you was because 10 million on share on UBA this thing can affect price.
Well,
But if the guy has gone to do like 1 billion and is now affecting price, there will be investigation.
you know, even if not affecting the price, they will look at that large volume. Who is buying? Where is it from? Those are the things that we have in place now.
No, but for you, for instance, you tell me now that I think NGS is going to pay dividend of 5 naira, and I put 1 million naira there. What's that? What's that? How many millions of this? If you tell Dangote and he buys everything, that's when you.
Of course,
so
of course.
You weigh it also. So, like we are saying.
Sorry, before we.
Okay, go on. We're moving.
There's a thin line between what we call public information and closed group information.
Yes.
And whatever use you put it to is also at your discretion. If it's closed information, and like the example you just gave now, an unrelated party
Yes, so
that's seated on its own.
on his own, drinking
and
through.
is at liberty to make use of it.
No. See, to be honest, the man should have been circumspect.
Yes. There's a man that makes use of
It's the wife
information.
that is at fault.
Eh.
You know, I don't know your background, but
I'm not a stockbroker.
confidentiality,
Confidentiality
is very important.
is very important, yes.
Confidentiality is very important. So you cannot just make unguarded statements. So the wife would have told the husband,
Yes.
you see this thing we are discussing is for both of us. It's not even for you to go and do anything about it.
But it was over a drink now.
No, so
They were
that's why
tipsy.
it's a public place. So you shouldn't, the man should not have made that comment.
It was a little bit tipsy.
It's the wife that is at fault. Imagine that guy was able to buy over the company.
Oh, he was a little bit tipsy.
Maybe one day, as we are here now, you just
Drinking.
come and say, I'm now the chairman of the company. What would you do? So that's why capital markets and financial markets
Yes, so
is
very
very sensitive.
sensitive.
Like medical reports.
Yes, exactly.
You cannot just, that's why I would rather stay in a place where they will give me paracetamol than go to a place where they will give me Panadol and my medical data will be moving from one hand to the other. That's why I would prefer that. It is important. One day somebody can use that your medical report and say, do you know that this man will die tomorrow?
Yes, it's true.
Maybe you are the MD or chairman of a place. People will just sell their shares. So it's very...
So what we are saying is all this thing boils down to ethics, our attitude. And we are saying, let these corporate experts, let them be aware of the responsibilities. Because people can lose their fortune also. So that is the essence of insider dealing. Now, what is this corporate governance we are talking about in the capital markets? It's a system of rules, practices, and processes governing companies. It ensures accountability, fairness, and transparency. The key players are the board, management, regulators, and of course the shareholders. Now, you go to some companies, they normally say it's one man rigs. It is the chairman. The MD is just there as a figurehead. It's anything he says. Even board committees, they don't even function.
But the market keeps people, because this thing you said, sorry to but
No, continue, that's the essence.
I was as the head of risk in one of the companies, and one of our arms brought in, a transaction. In my usual exuberance, I was looking at it. The guy that said is the MD is not the one talking to us. It is the chairman that is now talking to us. And I asked
One of your subsidiaries.
no, they wanted to, somebody wanted us to take them to the market.
Okay,
to help
okay,
them
okay.
issue
Okay.
an asset. So I was asking them, this person that is talking, what is his role in the company?
Okay.
Meanwhile, the MD is sitting looking like donkey.
Are you serious?
So are you sure we should take these people to the market?
NGS.
No, it's not NGS. It's a fixed income.
Okay,
area.
FMBQ.
You know, but it didn't go down well. They went to report me to to the MD that I'm chasing clients away. You know, I was looking at them. I said, you said that you didn't run this company. And you can't talk to us about your company. You know that company, I don't know where they are now. It got to the point where the series they were issuing,
Okay.
this company stopped issuing those series for them because it's obvious that something is not going well.
Somewhere.
Are you just a sitting figurehead? We need you to talk to us. You say you are the MD.
MD, of course.
So, because if anything goes wrong, and it's you, we know.
You know?
They went to report me that I'm chasing. That's why, business. When we are in business also, you got to be careful.
So these are the things that we see happening in our corporate space. But they want to make us believe that they are saints. They always blame the politicians. But you can see what they're also doing. They're also trying, contributing to economic development. But we are saying there are rules and regulations. If you have a PLC company, let there be the board chairman, let there be the MD, let there be executive directors, maybe 2, let there be independent directors, or, independent directors, so that there will be free flow of ideas. But we've seen companies where it is the chairman that is the one that brought everybody. And nobody will want to say anything to challenge him. Yes, it's what he says. That is not good corporate governance. Because corporate governance is to ensure that you don't know it all. Somebody will say, no, Mr. Chairman, let's see, this is our strategy, so that we pass it on to the management for them to execute. You come down to some smaller companies, an accountant is still the, what do you call it, internal. And I've seen one like that. I said, I'm not an accountant, but what's going on here? I used to know in my early training, becoming a stockbroker, when you apply, they say the source document. Somebody else, will now need to look at it. So there must be controls here and there. And thank God, in most stockbroking firms today, the compliance officer is different from the risk officer. The risk officer is different from the CFO. So we call them the 3 control functions. The compliance officer, the risk officer, and the CFO.
But we have seen some organizations whereby this chief risk officer reports to the chief finance controller, the head of the
It's wrong. It's wrong. You should report not even to MD, to the board.
And the appointed, this appointed committee.
Exactly, the audit committee. Exactly.
They are still appointed. This appointed committee.
That's what we are saying is wrong. And so their primary regulators should look into it very well. They prefer paying fines.
Yes. I've been in a management meeting where the head of compliance, according to CBA,
Exactly.
GL.
Of course, yes.
But
So
the guy
that
was in DGL. So the report they wrote is that your compliance head is still the DGL. One of the others said, don't worry. Pay them the fine. Remainers. Are you serious?
what sort of practice is that?
See. You know these things are good on paper. Everybody is involved.
Everybody is.
Everybody is involved. If you work in all these companies, that's why some of us are not, we can't stay.
Okay.
But everybody, so I didn't get that.
Everybody is including for instance, like you gotta report to the regulator, see what is happening here. Now regulator will tell your your owner that this person can't report. They will be pretending as if they are investigating, and meanwhile, now you they investigate.
Allegedly.
I'm not allegedly anything. It's real. I'm being a
Because we came up, the stock exchange came up with something very novel. Whistleblowing. 2012. It was the first time. Now everybody is saying it. They didn't know where that thing came from. It was the investigation and surveillance units of the SS at that time that came up with that. So whistleblowing, there are whistleblowing portals that where you can use, so that even the regulators will not even know who has made that, who has whistleblown. Yes.
The honest truth is that you only whistleblow when it's not for you.
So it's only coming back to what our individual ethical
The honest truth is
behavior.
that if the red wants ethics, there's nothing
That's what anybody can do. So,
In
and
your
that's why.
house, if you want things to work well, you lead by example. Children of Israel will be saying, my last son will be saying, but mom, you just did these things here, I should not. But dad, you just ate these things here, I should not.
You see? Just like Chief said, if the head of the fish is what? Rotting. So that good corporate governance must come from the head. But we are saying, even the followers themselves, we should have that renaissance that I want to do it right. I'll give you my own another personal experience again. You know, but I was just laughing. This is a personal experience. Personal experience. I thought I had arrived.
So you have, huh?
Well, I thought I had arrived when somebody came to, is it hunt me or something like that? You know, poach me to join his group. I was already chief dealer in one stockbroking firm. So he came, say, we are Kingsmen and Niger Delta. Okay. He has a group. I said, yes, I know your group, sir. Say, okay. You are our trainer. You trained all the board members, council members in NGX. So, and I discovered that you are my kinsman. So, come to my group. If I had listened to my instincts, I would have rejected. But I looked at it, I looked at the packages, I looked at what we've been discussing. I said, you're going to be the GM of the mortgage bank. At the same time, you also oversee the stockbroking aspect. And immediately I resumed. I was given an official car and a driver. And the next thing is training in Abuja.
You?
Yes.
How long ago?
I did some years ago.
20 years?
No, not up to 20 years. I know. It was 2015. Yeah, 2014, 2015. And because I was to be GM, I'm already GM of the mortgage bank, there was no banking training I was not sent to. All the banking training, not only mortgage banking now, but commercial banking. Local and abroad. At least one took me to Ghana. And, well, and there were plans, you know, to go those ways. And I was doing this job. But when it got to the nitty-gritty, I now saw certain things. I'm not an accountant, though. I'm just a stockbroker. I looked at it, I said, I should sell. And this amount is worth over $1 billion. And the basic principle that I am teaching my newly qualified brokers now, they are in class now. But today I don't have anything with them. The CSCS statement, it is the name there that you pay to. But I saw a different name to pay to. And I looked at it very well. I said, what is this now? And I was just coming from a place of, I wouldn't say theoretical, you know, in the classroom, teaching, talking about ethics, business, you know, and all that. And this thing, I'm not saying a practical, what do you now do? It's an ethical dilemma for me now. It's an ethical dilemma.
And the amount involved is high. The sense of
And you know, the way God does his things, I just finished that class and started it. And I came to the office.
And
saw it. I said, no, there's a reason for this. There's a reason for this.
A reason for
I
going
must-
to the class.
Yes, to see it. You are telling your student, this is what you are supposed to do. Report, whistleblow. Now, you are faced with it. What do you do? I said, okay, God, you wanted me to really apply this rule. And what I did, till today I'm proud of myself. I just I left the trading room in the office, shut it down. I just went to the...
Okay, it was the office that you did the trading.
No, the trading was at the stock exchange.
Okay.
So I came to the office to do some transactions now, remote trading, when I now saw everything. I've not even done the trade, but I'm still looking at it. I now went to the chairman in his office.
Why didn't you go to the MD? The MD was like, the MD is...
He's the chairman and the MD. So, look, let me say I went to, okay, for the MD, because we know that the name, that chairman, for what we are concerned, maybe doesn't even exist. But there's one old man they will bring and say the chairman.
Okay.
But everybody in the office call him chairman. That's on the mortgage side. But in the stockbroking, he is supposed to be the MD. So I went to his office and I shut the door. So it was between me and him now. Said, let the heavens fall. And I told him, I said, sir. He said, yes, sir. Charlie, what's the problem? And I showed him everything, explained. He didn't look at me, just put his head down. For good 5 minutes, I was watching the time. Good 5 minutes. He didn't look up, he didn't see anything. He was just doing something. Then, after 5 minutes, he raised up. Say, Charlie, you're a small boy.
Are you kidding me? Real life.
He said, you're a small boy. He said, you're a small boy. You're a small boy. You are a small, that thing shocked me. Say, you are a small boy. You're a small boy.
We dey see, Charlie.
And the way he behaved,
How was it a result?
yeah, the way he behaved, he did as if I don't even know what I was doing. But I was happy because I didn't do that transaction. Because some people were not telling me, we didn't do it. Some people were not telling me that he was going to give his code to his PA, and the young lady is very smart. She's not a broker, that she's going to do it. And I know that our rule is saying, I am the broker there. I will be the person that even EFCC will call. Though we're not afraid of EFCC again. Because as I'm standing here today now, I have a very neat boxer. So when I get there, I will not be afraid to sleep.
There's something Yoruba say, don't talk right there, you see me yourself.
Yes, now they will only tell me, they will detain me, that's all. So he now sent for me after almost 3 days. And he was very lively now. He was now saying, Charlie, I think I like what you did. And he thought it over and said, yes, if we had done that thing, that we had to write back to those people and say, no. It is that account that the name is there that we are going to pay to. So let them make arrangements.
You know why you came back to me? Your eyes have seen it and they did not thought you would do something.
And I'm so happy today. You keep telling
So
people.
your office didn't do that again?
I didn't do the transaction. No.
No, not you as a person, but the office.
They didn't do it. Because he now came back and said, it was a nice thing I did. That he looked at it. And funny enough, this same man has expelled people from the market based on infractions in the market.
Mr. Man, the chairman.
Yes. A very senior stockbroker. And he is on that panel. Abba. Because I've seen, somebody who is in academics, teaching the broker, all the reports, we get it, we use it in class.
Probably he was trying to test you.
Well, I don't know. And he was now telling me that if we had done it, paid that account, maybe when issues come up, it's those small boys that are reporting to him at the exchange that will be scrutinizing him, asking questions, and all that. And it will be very, very
No,
embarrassing.
they will say that you are the one.
Yes, now.
You are the one who
You
did
say
it.
it's the stockbroker that you know.
That you, it can go and manufacture query he
Yes,
gives you
ma'am.
and the answer you
Okay.
answer. And you
But he knows where he knows where I stood. Yes, he knows where I stood, and we became very close.
I think the man himself also has a
Yes, we became very close. That is one. The second one was his son. He gave his code to his son, and that is one of the greatest infractions you will do as a stockbroker. You gave your code to your son to trade. Again, I just finished that sermon in the classroom, and I came to the office. I was going to the trading room. I saw this boy sitting down. I said, this is not proper now. You don't sit down in the trader's seat. I went back. He was there. You know, directed the guy what to do. I said, no. No.
Sorry, is the son a qualified stockbroker?
He is not. And I remember again, this same man has expelled somebody, this same offense. And you do the same thing in the office? No. Wow. So when I went to my own office, he now came to meet me in the office now and started talking, and he said, you know, the boy is here writing. I said, sir, there's no justification. It's unethical.
You told him one-on-one.
One-on-one. It's unethical. Like
It's good that you handle him.
there is no justification. He's a council member. And when we were changing the machine, I was the broker who was training all the council members. So I had this one-on-one talk. You know, I could say certain funny things with them, we'll laugh and all that. I was leveraging on that. And he's trying to justify cash by saying no. But you know what? Today that boy is a stockbroker.
The small boy?
Yes, no, the son. And each time he's telling me that it was because of that my action. He sat the boy down. I said, you are registered, you must pass this exam. And today, each time he sees me at the floor, hey, my brother come, we'll tell his son, this is the person that made you a broker. If not his action.
They wouldn't have.
Yes, because he too said he felt it also. You know, so what I'm saying is, I'm not saying go and do this, but I weighed the situation before I took those actions. Because I was ready to leave him.
Exactly.
I was ready to leave him. Because I was ready to leave him. And I know I am hungry is not going to kill me.
That is the point.
I was ready to leave him.
If a lot of our politicians are ready
Exactly.
to leave their office,
I was ready.
it will be better in Nigeria than it is.
Because I was no, apart from all that, there were other things I was no longer comfortable.
Which you don't want to.
Yes, I don't want to mention here. I don't want to mention here. There were also other things that were not gelling for me at all. I said no. And I have made up my mind that I'm not going to quarrel with any boss. I will just exit orderly. So that tomorrow I can come and we talk. And that's what I'm doing till today. I've done several things for him now. So when it comes to issues of compliance, risks, call my brother Charles, call him. He knows, and he tells them, he's a process person, he's straightforward, he's this. And I'm happy. But somebody is telling me, say, your brother is still the do under correct. So that is all about corporate governance. So wherever you find yourself, be that change, be that example. That is it. So what are the importance of good corporate governance? We are told it strengthens investors' confidence. Not only local investors, but also foreign investors. Ensures compliance with financial regulations. The accountant will tell me all that. Financial regulations. Compliance with financial regulations. Prevent fraud and mismanagement. Promote sustainable business growth. I had to go and do some research that companies that actually practice ethical values, are they more profitable? In the short run, they might not be profitable, but maybe in the long run. But as one professor that taught me economics when I was doing MBA, he left Unilag, he was a retired professor. He's late now. Professor FakroghaTopic, he said, FakroghaTopic. It's late now. They say it's late now. You know, he left Unilag and now came to Lasso. And he said, in the long run, we're all dead. In the long run, we are all dead. When we were teaching economics, long run, short run, and all that, you know? You know, and all that. But for me, he epitomized academics, ethics. Because we were told that he didn't become the VC of Unilag, but he was overqualified. At one point in time, he went to one West African country as economic advisor to that country. And he still came back to LASU just to head their management science. And he was still driving it. So, in fact, for some of the MBA class, they said, no, prof, no. We will contribute and pay a driver for you. He was coming from, they said he was living somewhere in Agege. Those low-cost houses, a 3-bedroom. But compared to some of his contemporaries, they will have amassed wealth so much. But to him, he's satisfied. He's contented. I saw contentment. Because what do you need all this affluence for? What do you need all this wealth for? Huh? What happens? 6 feet. They're gone. You won't go with anything. So we must understand our purpose. And that's why good corporate governance is not just for you to do it to say you want for profitability. It's a purpose, a calling. You can't make profit at the detriment of the environment. You can't make profit at the detriment of your workers. I've seen MDs who will just want spending. They will spend over 500,000, but to pay a senior staff 350,000 naira is problem. You want your staff to come Monday to even up to Saturday, safe, and yet they will not be compensated adequately. It's not good corporate governance. ESG, environment, social, and of course, governance. You must take care of the environment. Your labor laws must also be fair. You know? Then, of course, governance. In the capital markets, there are a lot of regulatory framework in Nigeria because the capital market has come to realize that we need rules and regulation to ensure efficient, transparent, and an orderly market where investors' protection is key. Of course, not only the SEC, you also have the Financial Reporting Council. They also have their own corporate governance codes where quoted companies are expected to imbibe or adhere to. The NGS has their own. The corporate governance code guides ethical behavior. Then, of course, I mentioned the Financial Reporting Council. But I was surprised lately, the people at that council, I think they were charging one kind of fee like that. And the government said they should suspend it. You know? And I'm asking, you people are accountants here. Financial Reporting Council. This is a revenue generating.
Okay,
I'm just asking as a layman.
Is
it? I'm just asking as a layman. Please, with due respect. Is it a revenue?
Is JAMB a revenue generating authority? Not to say the details were recorded every year.
No, we are not saying, you know, because.
That JAMB amazes me.
No, but you see, at least the children will buy the form. They will buy the form. I understand.
But is it a revenue generating authority?
It's not. It's not.
To be returning 10 fees, and the JAMB chairman or whoever grandstands at during his order. Why don't you reduce the fee? So
Okay, exactly. But again, this is where Minister of Education comes in. Yes, if you are claiming to are making this kind of revenue, then I agree with you. Reduce the fees.
I answered the question you put.
But that's financial reporting because that one just shocked me. And I'm sure the man was just appointed not too long ago. I say,
The man wants to, if you can join them now, they must have
and you're talking of ease of doing business. Now you want to impose this one? Well, I'm happy that is it the Minister for Trade, Investment and Industry? they now suspend that action. Because it was also going to affect stockbrokers too. Yes, now. We're supposed to pay too.
Okay.
Yes, now. So everybody, yeah. So corporate governance and accountability. Establish clear roles and responsibilities. Implement internal controls to detect fraud. With good corporate governance, proper internal control, you can detect fraud in an organization. And I laugh when they talk of fraud in organizations, especially in stockbroking. In those days where we've not started using some software, a lot of fraud was going on in stockbroking. From the stockbroker's end to the registrar's end, it was a real fraudulent scheme. And it's so shocking. You have some people who work at the registrar, you'll say, snap the signature of that account. They will snap that signature. And you have experts in Oluwole. Once they see that signature, they have signed. And people pay their money.
The people in Oluwole.
No, you have gotten the signature from registrar.
Okay.
Maybe an account that has been dormant for quite some time. I'm going to review this for quite some time. They will call their contacts in the registrar, say this account, this name, check it. Of course they check
Registrar of companies.
it. Registrar, yes.
The people that normally pay dividends.
Yes, now.
Okay.
You know, they have your signature there.
Yeah.
So, the people who are working there, they have their contact outside. They will not tell them, let's get that signature. They will snap that signature, their phone, and they will give it to their colleagues. These ones, seeing that signature, they will go to Oluwole. There are boys in Oluwole. Once they cite a signature, they don't sign up. So, they will
Now or
then.
See now.
Well, not on this issue again. Not on this issue again.
Securities
Have been put in place. Yes.
The processes,
Because now they just mandate the account, credit directly. So they will now come and write later, whatever, get all the document. Of course, what the boys in register have been trained is to look at the signature. Okay, this is what I have, this is what I have. Bam, bam, it has gone. And they now have their stockbrokers waiting. Especially those days when they were using share certificates. And once that is done, the broker is part of the scheme. Is selling. Or he will tell them, this volume is very large. I won't sell everything in my firm. He will now transfer. That's what they call inter-member transfer. He will transfer to other of his colleagues. And they will now sell. Everybody will take their own. So a lot of fraud was going on. On the part of the workers of the stockbroking firm, a family will come to you that their father is dead. 5-10 years ago. Meanwhile, dividend is still coming. The guy will get all the documents, everything. Maybe if they have discovered that Nestle is 1 million units, they will come and tell you Nestle is 500,000 units. They order declare. And you give them all the information, they do everything, process it. When the broker sells, it is that amount, that unit that he has declared, disclosed to them that they will sell, and the rest becomes their own. And we ask ourselves, why do people commit fraud? How to go through that research? People commit fraud, one,
They will get away.
they rationalize it. Then, poor internal control. Poor internal control. Then, like you have said, they know that they can pressure. And they have seen that somebody else has done it. And nothing happened. So those 3 factors. We call it the fraud triangle. I had to go for that training. The fraud triangle. Anyway, look at it. And you have, especially in stockbroking, you have your workers, you are paying them 35,000 a month, as at that time. And they have seen a little transaction that once, they are promising to give you 1 million naira. He will do everything to perpetuate that fraud. Then the one I personally experienced is what we call identity theft. If you have strong internal control, your corporate governance will be high. You'll be able to prevent so many things. Identity theft. Thank God I'm a Lagos boy. I was born and brought up in Lagos. Somebody came, and I'm also from Niger Delta. And she said, "Our Nestle shares." I looked at the woman. She said she's from Niger Delta. She said she's from Niger Delta. And her husband bought the shares for her. I was saying, "Madam, the address you have given me is in Kotun. And the address I'm seeing on this CSCS is somewhere in Jakba, Warri. How come?" She said, "Oh, I didn't know. It was my husband that did it for me. That. It was clear to me that this is a case of identity theft. And the woman that was speaking to me, she has a Yoruba accent. And she's telling me she's from Niger Delta, Urobo. I said, this one not just say, na trainer, you don't meet. You are talking to me, you have Yoruba accent. And it's an Urobo name I'm seeing on the CSCS.
Somebody that gave that.
That's what I'm telling you now, it's a syndicate. And she came with a senior broker. The broker was just... Yes. The senior broker was just pushing. Charlie, make sure you... I said, we interview her, no problem. CSCS is an Urobo name. Jakpa, Warri, I'm familiar with those places. And you came is somewhere in Kotu. Madam, how come? It was my husband that bought it for me. Oh, I have my shop in Kotu there. Your husband that bought it for you, and you didn't even know the address. Okay, no problem. You claim to be an Urobo woman, but your accent is purely Yoruba woman. I say, I'm a Lagos boy now. You can't treat me that way. I just called my head of compliance. I said, I went out from the boardroom and said, this one, identity theft to nothing. Meanwhile, it was the senior broker that brought her. I said, she is the shareholder. A lot. And he said, okay, no problem. We have heard. Because I couldn't confront that stockbroker. I didn't want any issue. But we said we're not going to do this transaction.
Is that what?
We are not going to do it.
Okay, you told them.
Yes. And the next thing we saw was a letter to transfer. Yeah, you have a right. To another stockbroking firm. You have a right. And I told my head of strategy, I said, what we'll do, just write a letter to Stock Exchange via the investigation and surveillance. Report this matter. This is what we suspect is happening.
But you will transfer now?
Yes.
Since you say you have a right.
Just pay the charge.
Yes, now they did everything. But the surveillance team told us, don't transfer. Hold on, don't transfer. I was on the floor trading one day when they now called the surveillance team. The heads, I won't mention his name. They started laughing. He said, you see, that's why. And why I was able to do that, not that I was smart. We just had a training session. And he told us that, look, don't be afraid. If there are some transactions that are making you uncomfortable, let us know. Leave the rest to us. And that's what I just did. And he showed me, he was laughing. He said, this same name in another firm, this is their KYC. It's a different person. The one that came to my firm, he said, bring your own KYC. It's a different person. All women.
I think they should have set a trap to catch all the people doing
So, me, I wasn't surprised because I knew he has been involved in so many things. As we speak now, he's behind bars. He's behind bars. Recently, he's behind bars. Yes, he's Justice Ijezie, Lagos High Court. State High Court in Kenya.
Just to eat today and die tomorrow.
Yes. Justice Ajot sentenced her. I mean, sentenced him. I don't know, 7 years or so. This is happening.
Behind bars, that's
Yes.
inside the
Prison now.
He's in prison already now.
not detention.
Which detention?
Ah.
EFCC got into the matter. Investigate. I was called several times, and those other brokers that had, in fact, some brokers has even sold. They were told to refund. So it was only foresight, we then, that we didn't sell a kobo.
So maybe I wouldn't have done it because it was for them behind bars.
No, when you sell, you know.
Before you transfer the money appropriately.
Yes, and you did your KYC. That's the first thing they will use to hold you. Where is it? And all the necessary KYC was there. And so that's why the head of surveillance was saying, look at your own KYC, see the picture. Look at this fair, see the picture. Okay? So it's very dangerous. But for me, it was very interesting because I said, how will people just broad daylight just come and defraud somebody? Apparently, the real owners of that account, they are late. The owner is late. So they know all this. They look at account, they have all that information.
Inside that, and when she tells
Inside.
and that woman is a personifier. That's what
Yeah,
she
exactly.
does.
Yeah, exactly. So it became like a.
Kidnapping children. It's the same thing. Now my child, now my neighbor child, now.
So it became a training for us so that even up to today, we still talk about it in class so that our qualified brokers, traders will have it in their head and they will be alert when they see such thing. It can still happen.
But sorry, maybe I'm drawing you back. Or
Okay.
forward. My experience on this governance, corporate governance, is that when I ask my stockbroker, I see a share like this, I analyze it, I know it's a job. I ask my stockbrokers to buy in this share. 2, 3, 4 trading days, they won't buy. When the price has climbed to the zenith, they will not buy, relying on information I gave them 3, 4 days ago. And I said, at that point, I was thinking that when I tell them to buy, they now buy it on their own. Because I will see the market that a lot of
Transactions took place.
They will now buy, and after 3, 4 days, they will now sell from their own to me. But I have no way of investigating.
You will not know because the day your transaction is consummated, CSA will send you an alert.
Don't you get alert?
So what I'm saying is that they yeah.
It is also your fault. Because you gave an instruction
Today.
and say buy, they didn't buy. And when the day ended, you checked, price has either moved up.
You stop the
down.
order.
You have just told them that look, that I cancel that.
So the angle I'm looking at it, I'm looking at is integrity or whatever.
Okay, corporate governance.
Why would they not buy from me? But they will buy into, because you mentioned it when you started this thing, but they will buy into their
Own account, yes.
But you can't prove that.
I can't prove it, but I know what is going
I have a
on.
female friend. That's the complaint she was
Giving
giving me every day. You know what I did? I introduced her to Morgan Capital.
Okay, Morgan Capital.
I don't need any broker.
Yes.
The only thing I need is I register with the broker. I
Yes.
don't need you.
Pay,
In fact, I will
phone
open
your
it- I
account.
will open it now.
You
I
will see the market.
markets.
Yes.
I will set my price.
I'm coming
I
to
will
that.
do everything.
That's true.
I don't need you.
I think what it is, let's
Yeah,
this your integrity.
integrity.
I agree with that.
In
It's
fact,
integrity.
and the first thing the broker should do is to have integrity.
Yes.
And that's why I advise you know the broker is good. Some brokers lack integrity. But if you are giving instructions, you buy, sell it, today, 5 naira, 20. Understand? And then you wait until 3 days after. When you can even at 5:20, you can buy it at 5 naira today.
It's possible, yes.
You sure that you buy it at 5 naira. Then now wait until tomorrow. When it now goes to 5:20,
You
now
go and buy.
buy it at 5:20. I I suspect that you trade. The instruction you kind of give. If
I
you trade,
no wait. I don't agree.
No, it's a possibility.
I'm
It's a
always
possibility.
wait. I'm always sorry there. I'm always told that they apply to buy for me, but the market didn't supply.
It's
Yes.
possible.
Meanwhile, wait now, wait.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, at the end of the day, I will see a lot of volume that
Good.
move.
Yes.
But you know that there are some behind transaction volume that they do, which does not come up in the market. So we can't
Those
say
are
they don't have integrity.
those are cross deals. Now.
Yes.
No,
Cross
I'm not
deals.
saying they don't. I'm just worried.
The best thing is like he's your friend. You know the new cheat that he has said it.
He has a good friend. He knows his broker.
That's what or you do yourself. Just register with iTrade and move yourself.
Who you can give you that access?
Wait. 5-6 years ago, I knew about this mortgage stuff, trading, or even more. But I don't want to be doing direct. Even my
Okay.
daughter, I moved into, I started mentoring for stock. She uses a guava or whatever. Bamboo.
Okay, bamboo.
Those ones.
This morning I told her,
Tell me funny
this
stuff.
morning I told her, anytime this your bamboo or whatever does Siemens, this but the what, don't tell me, you fool.
But you are the one that
I did the best thing.
Okay.
I don't want to go into online
Trading.
I don't have an ATMT tomorrow. People take it because I'm whatever. But I want, if any day, somebody says my account has been hacked, that bank, CPM will suspend that bank. So if I go into this,
For how much?
whatever now,
if your account is hacked, the first thing is that you compromise the password. So the almost is only after you know.
or to go and bring my great grandmother, I didn't know.
Okay, Chama, let's hear from you. We're saying you have an experience as a stockbroker.
The issue of online trading, I don't support it. I'm not saying it's not good.
But yeah, I don't know, like,
Yes.
But I said, I want to protect my own investment.
Yes.
That's why I would get the choice of stockbrokers is very important.
Very important.
Some brokers are known to have integrity.
Yeah.
My stockbroker, for instance, if I call now and say, please buy DG, it's 1 o'clock now.
Yeah.
Before 3, you get back to me. I must correct you. There's no 3, you get back to me.
That's the
What's the name of the firm? I don't want his name. No, the firm. I don't want his name.
I don't need to
Don't like I won't mess up my
I
way.
can trade to
The
anything.
firm,
Because we
okay.
are online, though.
If I give instruction and say, buy before 3, you buy.
No, because I'm the headmaster of all the brokers. I train everybody. I'm saying the name of the firm.
I think Emeka's son is the one that.
You think,
No, there is Afro Invest. There is
Meristem.
Meristem.
because
CSL.
I'm analog.
There are so many of them.
Do you know the
Okay, WSTC.
Do you know the
Who is behind it? Agosto, right? Agosto is behind it. I must know.
You can put your price limits.
Exactly. There's also is
Should have gotten back
to you to
We
say,
did not buy today. Should we log in tomorrow? You should tell me now.
but anyway, there is a rule. That's why all these things have been taken care of. There is a rule. It's 5 days. If somebody gives you a mandate, Monday, and you're not able to execute, you should get back to them. But after 5 days, that mandate expires. Cease to exist. Cease to exist. You know? Because the broker cannot manufacture the shares for
What
you.
I'm heading at, you people are crossing it. It's when you started this course about integrity that a stockbroker is not supposed to buy into his share.
Agreed. Yes.
And I'm saying that some of these stockbrokers are buying into their share. And if they buy into their share, they wait after 2-3 days and now flow to you.
See,
It's possible.
I've been the enterprise businessman. we have our proprietary portfolio.
Yes.
We discuss it every morning.
Exactly.
So we
Investment
tell the
committee.
broker what to buy.
Yes, so
What we do is that my company also have this iTrade.
okay.
So we will the researchers will send out stocks that you should buy. You don't send money to our broker. You go to iTrade and you deal with it that way. So you do your deals, but for those who don't like dealing with the internet and everything, you can pass it through the broker. But
Yes.
like he said, the most important thing is if I don't buy for it today, I should let you know. So I will tell you, price moved up or moved down. So for me, I don't want us to conclude that
no, of
they
course.
really got into their portfolio and now.
No, I'm going to address it. Now, like Chief said, when I started this paper, I talked about the integrity. There is a rule as how we operate it. Chief, listen, there is a rule to address your concern. There is a rule. Now, and we keep teaching it. I'm still going to talk to the brokers tomorrow, since I'm free. There is a priority. Your client comes first. So if that client has given you that order, and in the market is only the quantity for the client, you will buy for the client. You can't. Your client comes first.
Yes.
Even you as the trader, you are the last person. But they are not saying, what if I have my uncle?
The uncle is a
If
client.
your uncle
Let's say the uncle is a
client,
client.
if your uncle is a client,
You treat your uncle
and
as
he's
a client.
and he's paying the commission and everything.
So between that my uncle and that client, who do I buy first?
No, you treat everybody equally.
Yeah,
The
everybody.
rule is that there should be a sharing formula. If your uncle is asking for 50, and I'm asking for 50, but you got 50, depending on my grade in your...
No, you treat everybody equally.
No.
Everybody equally.
No, if I'm a
First
premium client,
Maybe first come, first
no,
come.
there's no FIFO.
Yeah, there's
If
no
I'm a
FIFO,
pre-
yeah.
If I'm a premium client, because there would have been an already rule that you have in your listing. That is the way we treat each client. So what would be that you would give me preference, but not that you would deny the other person because I'm paying you extra. So
The regulator also want to hear that too.
no, that's the way CFA defines that. That's the way CFA defines that.
Okay, so what we are saying, there is a rule you have to follow. The client comes first. Then your portfolio comes before you as the trader.
Last.
You, the trader, you are the last person. You are the last person. So what do some people do? They can, there's a way you go about it. They'll tell another broker to trade for them. And even the rule is, even me as a trader, I can't even buy and sell for my own name.
But like the chairman has said, it means you don't have the thing. You should leave that place.
Exactly.
You should leave that
Exactly.
kitchen because we need it.
And we keep emphasizing it every time.
But what do you people do to put people in check and ensure that they don't do this thing?
The compliance is there.
No. You know, there are things I can comply to. There are things I can find loopholes on. Have there been complaints from clients that this is what this person did? How was it handled? Or how do you make sure that you don't do it or what corners?
Okay. Well, they have or we have complaints management procedure. Because regulators cannot do anything until you complain and it's documented. And the rule is you must resolve every complaint within 5 working days. If the client is not satisfied, then the client can escalate to the exchange. The exchange will call all parties meeting. Everybody will be there, try to iron it out. And if they will give their own judgment, and if either party is not, one person is not satisfied, then it now goes to investigating panel.
Or to court.
No, to investigating panel. We have to exhaust internal mechanism first. Investigating panel will investigate, look at it, also now give their judgment and give penalties based on their own. If you are not satisfied, then it will go to the, before it to be cancelled, it will now go to the board of the NGS regulation. It will not get there. That is the final there. If you are still not satisfied there, then APC of SEC. If you are still not satisfied with APC of SEC, you know, APC of SEC is a administrative proceedings committee, not this party. If you are not satisfied there, then it's the court now, IST, Investment and Securities Tribunal. If you are not satisfied there, it's appeal court. But we have seen that most of the cases have been resolved in the IST, because IST has the same jurisdiction. Is it coordinated jurisdiction and lawyers with an high court? In fact, we have seen cases where the exchange will tell you, or SEC will say, you have not exhausted internal mechanism. Why even go to a regular high court? And some lawyers have also told us that the litigant has rights to go to a court. Okay, so I'm going to round up quickly. Yes. So corporate governance and accountability, okay, we have seen that. Then challenges in corporate governance. There are challenges: weak enforcement of laws, conflict of interest, political interference, limited investors, financial literacy, and of course, resistance to reform. What are the strategies to strengthen corporate governance? We need to strengthen it. One, stronger enforcement. SEC and NGS must ensure compliance. Then mandatory disclosure. Companies must publish their reports. You see what's going on with Owando. Each time Owando was giving complaint, they must give you complaint.
So you people push their price almost 100.
I know, because of what the stories they will tell. At one point, they said they were acquiring Konogo Phillips. Now, don't you hear that they were acquiring something somewhere and all that? Exactly. Malta. And the market is information driven. People have analyzed, okay, if they do that, this is how it's going to affect their bottom and so, and they take position. But I'm just smiling when I saw their last complaint. There is never a time in so. Go and see Keregu. Keregu has submitted Q1 2025. Keregu Power. Q1 2025.
March 2020.
Yes. Keregu has submitted. What are we talking? What are we talking?
The man will transform first bank.
Honestly, when I saw that Q1 2025.
His father's speech is killing people.
Okay, let's move on quickly so that, yes. So, independent oversight, strengthening audit committees, capacity building, training for stakeholders, as we are doing now. Capacity building is very key. Then, technology adoption, digital tools for transparency. We can't run away from it. We need to use technology to solve our problem. Yeah. So we have seen even abroad, we have seen cases like the Aaron scandal is a result of corporate governance. In Nigeria, yeah, with due respect to them, Owando PLC, Nigeria, we have seen their own issues too. Okay, so if you see that classical case of Cadbury, you know, the man that we see as one of the best in terms of corporate governance at the end of the day. Yeah. That's Gumi Oni or something like that.
I was looking at him as a mentor.
Wow. But, okay, so let's move quickly. Benefits of improved governance. Benefits of improved governance, whether it's in politics or in corporate. Improve investors' confidence, economic growth and market stability, reduction in fraud and financial crisis, attraction of foreign investors. If we improve our corporate governance, we will attract foreign investors, not you going to harass them to come. So, the future of corporate governance in Nigeria: strengthening legal framework, encouraging digital innovation, promoting environmental, social, and governance principles, aligning with best global practices. So, on this note, I'll say thank you, but I have one joke. The compliance officer of a quoted firm, in fact, she was compliance officer stroke legal advisor, company secretary, all the three together. And she came to the office one day, she was not smiling. The MD of the firm said, Miss, why are you not smiling? What's the problem? And she said she has, separated from her boyfriend. I said, why? Now what happened? Did you quarrel? He said, no. That the boyfriend didn't know that she's a compliance officer. He didn't want to comply. So she had to break the relationship.
She broke the relationship.
Yes.
Because the man
He
didn't
refused to comply.
comply with
Well, she would define that. On that note, I say thank you for listening. Thank you. Just joining us in our midst, we have engineer Tony Chinwe. Chinwe, you're welcome, sir. Stand up for recognition. Okay. So,
Yeah, Tony is a permanent guest speaker. And you are the permanent guest speaker now. Stroke, maybe from next time you'll be permanent MC, master of ceremony. The jokes you normally crack at the end of your session is really good. Let's take a group picture before the chairman exits. And thereafter we will have lunch. Hopefully the chap who has gone for lunch will be back. And after lunch by say 2:30, we start with the second paper by Tony and our computer expert, AI digital expert, will take us on from probably 3:15 to 4 o'clock. Today we strive to close at 4. So let's assemble here and have picture with our chairman before he leaves. For posterity.
where is the photographer?
Huh? One of us will serve as the photographer.
Oh,
The person will come in and the other person will serve as a photographer.
okay. I think
But chairman and I will be permanent.
You can start.
Yes. Before.
Or
When you finish,
use
do you know how to use this one as well? You can use your own.
you are written it.
Do you know how to use this? I don't.
No, can you?
Okay.
Anyone will snap like that, right? Okay, I can be up here now. I mean, you can capture us.
Yes. Taking pictures. After 3 years. Let me remove my glass so that it doesn't reflect. Hey, I get my red cap and the Next one happen.
Okay.
Any other, maybe chairman?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chairman and the 3 guest speakers.
Oh, that's a privilege. That's a privilege.
Hold on.
Yeah. Just with chairman alone. With chairman alone. Only with chairman. Then I try to become the chairman.
If you invite me,
You have to train me on that. That's your approach.
Okay? Any man just with you, any man. You want to give him somebody should come back so that he will become a beg. Edman, all of you come back so that he comes in.
Okay, all of us come back.
Yeah, come back, everybody.
Let me stay close to you.
Yeah, so that Tony, come back.
next time.
So that he will apply there.
Okay, yeah, let me. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see your. No,
Thank you.
let me take over. I will be back.
I thought you were waiting for lunch.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying let me see, you take over. Let me see my off. Do I give you my number? All right. 080 so that you transfer it. 320
Yes.
So transfer the details, eh? Tony himself.
Yeah, it is coming up.
When is the
You want to get lunch?
Okay.
We can do without
Ah.
Yeah.
So which paper is coming first? Is this his own or?
So this one has been brought here, but I don't know how to retrieve it.
Come to Tony.
Yeah, paper. They use stuff.
And I don't have
I'm trying
flash.
to. No, he says he's here already, according to.
Yeah, already.
So I don't know.
Is this Apple?
Yeah, the one who
Is it Apple product?
Yeah, no, I don't even know who owns this. This is Chief's own. He just presented.
They will now use it for
So how do we take this one off here? Let's remove this one.
Which product is this?
Because when I was thinking of him, that the first thing he told me, like when he doesn't need it.
Okay.
Which folder?
That's only, it's only Leo that can. Let's see.
Because the folder has to be here.
Leo, Abi? Ask him now which folder did he save? Did he save the presentation?
Leo,
Which folder?
you'll get here in 10 minutes.
Okay, okay. So let people can stretch their legs now.
Yeah.
We have been
We are waiting
sitting.
for you.
Okay. So
10 minutes, he'll be back.
we'll be back. Okay. So you take your paper, then you take his own paper last. Okay, Chief, you still have something to. You still have something to present.
Finish now.
Okay.
You know,
Maybe
you
kind
were
of.
asking me to.
I know, I thought you still have. I thought you still have.
I took almost 1 hour, 10 minutes. Of
Okay, 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 okay.
Mine will be brief.
Okay, so I will just be in between. Okay, there were some things I sent to
Because you guys have done justice to the whole thing. What's the name of this guy?
Which one?
This guy.
Okay, it's Chief's friend. Okay. You know him before?
Yeah. I know him. The name I forgot.
You can ask Chief. Chief said they did not sing for more than 30 years.
He was into. I think he was the guy into. What was it? The revenue.
That's it. He's a friend to Chief.
Yes, now.
I came one of those days. I think he was maybe he was a moderator or MC. Then he walked.
Okay, make it.
That's the guy.
It was my senior in Price Waterhouse.
That's the guy.
He's the one that followed the setting up this stuff.
Okay.
This stuff they used to make Taxation. He's going about 75 or 76 years from the state, yeah. My senior father, I qualified as a CPA in America. And before coming to Price Waterhouse.
Wow.
It's not that.
That's how life should be. Edima is the guy that has this water.
Yes. Edima?
Edima,
Come and sell your product.
that's your water product. I know I was asking you that time whether it can be scaled up. Is it scalable? That is, you know, it is for family use. Do they manufacture bigger? The one of commercial capacity.
Unless I ask.
Okay.
For now.
Okay.
I have in my house.
Okay.
Buy to see way all those things.
Ethno.
It's a filter.
Filtration machine.
Yes. How much? Now, 285,000.
How long does it last? The duration? The lifetime?
No. Before you change the filters, it depends on one point of contact and usage about
Does it handle?
I like this one that has like a red light. I don't know if you know, there's this one that's the cylinder.
This is just like it's connected to the next house. Like I have in my kitchen, connected to
To the supply
the
source.
supply source, and I have a mini filter, refilter,
Ah.
filters.
Okay.
Wait again, 285,000.
Yes.
Then I can use the well water.
Yes.
And nothing will happen.
Nothing else.
Then I can use this pure water and put it.
No, you need to connect to the tap. It's not that you need to connect to your your tap in the house.
So you connect it to the tap?
Yes.
Then I can just take it and drink.
Okay, that's what
And I won't go to hospital.
for the past almost a year now.
That's what you can use.
It is a good product.
285.
But does it handle, you know, water treatment has a physical, chemical, and
Also I can buy this.
My water is from my borehole.
Like
The
that is
borehole
how
we use in the compound.
Okay.
That's where I'm connected to.
Okay.
But I cannot vouch for water in Lekki.
No, not even go there.
I can't.
Lekki has no water now. It's just
Yes.
salt and.
So, but if you're to be mainland, like you have normal borehole that is clean water,
Our own is not borehole, it's well.
It's nowhere now. We are
so long you pump it and it's
No, we pump it.
That's what I drink. What happens is borehole. That's what I drink.
Why is ball but it's in Lekki?
No, Lekki water I can't
Like,
drink.
nobody,
Lekki
you have to
has no
treat
water.
that one
When we
first.
talk, I normally see
You know-
once in a while.
Can do-
Make it all the money.
Ah.
You are very
There are
busy.
two types of water.
Oh, again, require what information from you. We are very busy in that period.
Yes, I remember. Tony Chin. It's my Agama. How far now?
So where the-
I got him a birthday yesterday or the before yesterday. You know, I student alumni.
No.
There's a student alumni.
Anybody connect.
Okay, I'll tell them to.
Let me show you.
I'll tell them to.
Connect.
Regina had a birthday 2 days ago.
Okay, after the birthday, somebody go who was Olisa
No,
Chukwu.
I've stopped buying the water.
Olisa Chukwu.
Since
Okay. Olisa was in private bank
Oh, okay, okay.
that time.
No, when I'm the private banking around together and both of them are lucky job.
And them.
They've been on now.
I don't want my own.
Tony. The SME man, this man did not allow us to rest.
Make me
Push
say,
SME
Smile.
with Regina.
but ACB has come to stay.
That's the Regina I know him for. SME.
Emeka, you are still with FM.
FMB, no, I left FMB. FMBQ. Financial market.
I knew you when you were in
Yeah, I left FMBQ to United Capital.
German.
Okay, that's where you are now.
No,
Have you sent him?
I'm just capping with the Nigerian stock market.
Okay, I beg you.
You know you have a lot of skills. If you position here, you are there. If you position here, you have to harness all of them now.
No, that's why I'm harnessing them under
This is one second.
I'm writing my dissertation. My dissertation is on using machine learning and deep learning to predict.
Wow, we
MSc. That's the
harness it and make money.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Because you've really paid the
In the
price.
absence, I cooked at you.
You've paid the, huh?
In the absence, before you came, but when I was talking, I saw people go here and what I cooked at you. That you did the civil engineering first class and the four MSCs, but that I can fear you. I can
So which presentation? Which presentation am I?
Okay, your presentation. Building integrity, the role of good corporate governance. Okay, I think this is it. Yeah, Tony. Yeah, this is it. How many slides?
21.
Okay, so you're not good much. Okay.
Sharp. Within 30 minutes.
Okay, better said. Okay, to avoid stories and talk. Well, Chike did. I don't know about
Chike the husband to get the honor. Yo, have you finished?
Yeah, he's set up here now. So.
Huh? Tony.
You know, he's going to answer nature.
A bigger bottle. You pour this water into the bottle. Unemployment rate. Oh! It is. The guy said that's what they are telling us. They took from a smaller bottle that was full and put a bigger bottle and the thing went down. Water. No, it's analysis. Okay. These guys that they know how to do it. I saw this man. So, he's a great disappointment. He's a German. If you talk to him one-on-one, he will answer disappointed. Directly. Forget about disappointment.
They are really disappointed. They are really disappointed.
Terribly disappointed.
Honestly.
Talk to them on one-on-one. The guy, at the point I wanted to put it before, but I said that they don't come and help me. Whether if I would have been given the opportunity, is it like this? It would have come back. Somebody told me yes, so that's their fault. They are extremely disappointed. Then you finish, just looking at the extremely.
Okay. You are. Okay, I welcome you back to the afternoon session of this event. That is the Blakey's National Economic Conference. We're about to start. In fact, we are starting now, and we'll be taking a paper. I hope it has been very exciting since morning we started. I can see the momentum. I can see the energy, you know. So we'll be taking a paper, Building Integrity, the role of good corporate governance in promoting transparency and accountability in Nigeria's public and private sectors. Of course, by no other person. He's an engineer, he's an SME expert, he's an academician, like somebody said. He has a first-class civil engineering from University of Lagos, and he has over 4 master's degrees. Wow. He's no other person. But will I call him engineer now? Okay, he can be called an engineer, me. Anyway, he's a very humble man, and he said he just wants to remain. Tony Chinwe, sir, you are welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
So,
Thank you so much.
yeah, so Tony will be presenting that paper. But for our relaxation, I want to just say this. What did the auditor say to the chief executive officer who couldn't balance the books? What did the auditor say to the CEO who couldn't balance the books? Do you know what the auditor said? You are going to account for this. So, we are talking about accountability, transparency, and of course, integrity. Mr. Tony, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. You know, my work is very easy because previous presenters, chairman, and the keynote address have addressed a lot of things that I'm going to talk about. So the topic is building integrity, the role of good corporate governance in promoting transparency and accountability in Nigeria's public and private sectors. Dominic Cadbury said, and I quote, "Corporate governance is concerned with holding the balance between the economic and social goals and between individual and communal goals. The governance framework is there to encourage efficient use of resources and equally require accountability for the stewardship of those resources. The aim is to align as nearly as possible the interests of individuals, corporations, and society." That's about corporate governance from Cadbury. Then Marvin King said, "Global market forces will sort out those companies that do not have sound corporate governance." So without sound corporate governance, the corporation will go down the drain because they can't withstand the market forces. That's what Marvin King is saying. Then, on governance, good governance never, that's for public sector, good governance never depends upon laws, but upon personal qualities of those who govern. The machinery of government is always subordinate to the will of those who administer that machinery. The most important element of government, therefore, is the method of choosing leaders. For the public sector, it is the method of choosing leaders. Because if you have a wrong set of leaders at the helm of affairs, no matter the machinery you put in place, the systems, the structures, the processes, the policies, the procedure, they will still manipulate it